It's early show, last minute impromptu. I hope you all find it and get here. I don't think you're shadow banned, Elwoods. I see your account here tonight. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to you watching at home. Today was the first day of the defense. Very exciting today in court for Karen Reed to see what's happening too outside the courtroom on the sidewalks. Been a little while. Haven't done a show in a few nights, but we've been streaming from court every day. And today it was awesome. I got to drive in to do the radio bit I do every Friday on the Grace Curley show on the Howie Carr Radio Network to give updates on the Karen Reed case. I've been doing this every Friday lately. And this week they had a live remote from a restaurant in Stoneham. And I got to drive in and meet up with Grace Curley in person, and Howie Carr and his wife were there as well, which was just for me an amazing. I just got to show this up. I'm fanboying a little bit here. Man, I just realized too. I should have cleaned up a little more. Glenn in the chat was noticing. He said Mike needs to trim out the grays a little more. I should have. I should have. If I had known Howie Carr was going to be there, I would have cleaned up even more today. But geez, wow, I just couldn't. I'm speechless. I walked into this place I'm a guest on Grace Curley's show, and I get there maybe, I don't know, maybe 20, 25 minutes before I'm supposed to be on. I would say maybe about 12:40 I got there, and I'm supposed to be on at 1:05. And I stepped through the door, and the first person to greet me was Kathy Carr. I didn't know who she was. She just walked up to me and she was, "Hi, Mike. I'm Kathy Carr," and I was just like, "The mailroom manager." I was just, it was amazing and she told me where Howie was, where the bathroom was. So I hit the bathroom and I immediately ran over to where Howie Carr was sitting watching. And I just got to say, like, I'm going to give you an update, just an Howie Carr update today. Because for me, it was just so wild and interesting to finally get to meet Howie Carr. After all these years, I've decades watching him. You guys have to realize I used to protest this guy. I used to be against him, but I like him. It's like Turtle Boy. Like, I don't have to agree with all your politics and everything you do, but I like Howie Carr a lot. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I've been a fan for a long time, especially when he does the Beacon Hill corruption stuff and even the gangster stuff. It's so interesting. And it just, for me, it's almost been, I've stolen so many things. I don't know if you've heard some of the sayings I've used over the years, but one of them that I used to use a lot was, I didn't come here to be made sport of. That's right from Howie Carr. I mean, there's so many things that I've stolen from Howie Carr, honestly, and just the way I even do my show and the way that I've done things for years when I was writing, especially having a weekly column in Dig Boston and having even the podcast show I had for a number of years. I always look to Howie Carr because he does the same exact thing, just on a much larger scale. And he's like the blueprint. He's the blueprint, and he's also like a legend, and he's independent. Nobody bosses him around. I love even what he does with Entercom. I have a history with Entercom. I'm so like fanboying today. When I got to meet Howie Carr today, and we got to talk for like 10 minutes before I got on to jump on Grace Curley's show, and it was wild. The first thing I noticed is that Howie was sitting at the bar by himself. um, I think he had an empty coffee cup. I'm guessing he might have been drinking coffee before I got there. I'm gonna tell you everything. I'm a fanboy. So Howie's sitting there and he's got a little tablet and he's watching. He and I are the only two people in the entire like restaurant. There's tons of people there. We're watching. I got my phone out. I'm watching the trial. He's got his tablet. He's watching the trial. And we both like as soon as it went to lunch break, as soon as the fan came on, we both looked up from our devices and we had a conversation. And it's interesting to see that he was watching the stream on YouTube. He was watching Andrea Burkhart. He was watching her stream. That's the stream that Howie Carr was watching. So that was awesome. And so I obviously said, "Hey, it's Mike." And he's like, "Young Jerks," shook his hand, and we just proceeded to talk, about Karen Reed, a little about Turtle Boy. He was looking forward to seeing Lucky Loughran. He wanted to see Lucky Loughran on the stage, on the stand, excuse me, not the stage. So he's looking forward to seeing Lucky Loughran. Uh, I can't remember how it came up, but there was a mention of Steven the Rifleman Flemmy somewhere in the conversation, which I love because I bring him up a lot, and I know Howie has a history with those guys, especially. Howie has the major history. Um, so we talked for a few minutes, trying to think what else we talked about, but it's mostly about Canton, just about the culture and just all that stuff. And so I went and did the bit with Grace Curley. It was great to see her in person. She's amazing. She is such a pro. I really like Grace. She's so nice. I gotta say, like the way that the messages back and forth when she's booking her Friday shows with me, and even just inviting me to this and preparing me for it. She is so nice. She's such a nice person, a professional. It was her birthday today, and also her daughter. So happy birthday to Grace and her daughter. Very happy to be a part of the show today and got to talk to Grace. It was so much easier and better to be in person as versus speaking on the phone and getting to look at Grace and Grace look at me, and we had a real conversation. So that was fun. So I got to do that. I know Kathy Carr, I believe, took a picture of Grace and I together. I didn't get a copy of that. I would love to get a copy of her, Grace and I together there. I thought they were doing live video, but it was actually only live audio, which was on the radio today. We're going to actually play some of that. We have the audio, so I'm going to play that in a few minutes. The interview that she did with me on the Howie Carr Radio Network that was on WRKO and all the other radio stations that Howie Carr and Grace are on, Grace Curley. So I did that, and then the Grace bit ended, and I got up, and Howie had now moved to the front. He now, when Grace started doing her show, he had moved from the bar to the front, and he had a bunch of books for sale. And he was sitting there selling a ton of books and signing the books, and his wife was there, and I talked to his wife for a little while too. And I realized that they both watch the Young Jerks a lot. Like Howie even knows about my dog. He told me to make sure that Charlie's under control. He so Kathy says to Howie, says to me, "Do you want a book?" And I said, "Yeah," because I love Howie Carr. There was a fundraiser. We all went to a big fundraiser dinner. A lot of us YouTubers for Karen Reed, and there was a lot of raffles. We all gave up merchandise. We had a bunch of Young Jerks merchandise. We all had like a basket to raffle off to support Karen Reed. And at that one, Howie Carr had given away a ton of his books. And I had entered those raffles for his books because I wanted to win Howie Carr books, especially the mob books. I wanted to, read Howie Carr. And I didn't win any of those. But today, she was like, "You want a book?" And she handed it to Howie, and she said, "This is for Mike." And without even saying anything, telling him what to write, this is what Howie wrote. I'm going to show you what he wrote on the book today for me. And he said, it says, "To Mike Crawford, I love the Young Jerks, Howie Carr." It's amazing. It's an amazing moment. I'm just like kind of in shock, you know? So that was great. It was amazing. It was amazing to talk. And when we took this picture, Howie and I, he looked at me, and this is why we're laughing and smiling. He said, am I a young jerk now? Am I a jerk now too? That's what he said. Am I a jerk now too? And I said, "You were the first jerk." Like, because, it's kind of the idea, like, Howie Carr is the template, So, like, he's the inspiration for the jerks in a lot of respects, So that you could do local stuff and focus on that and kind of get under the hood and look at things that people aren't looking at necessarily or stuff that the Globe's not covering. Let's put it that way. So that was amazing. It was friggin' amazing. I'm like on cloud nine about that. I was hoping to get down to the trial today, to the court, to the sidewalk, because the buffer zone apparently is wide open now. There's none of that BS going on. I wanted to go down there and document it, but I was there a little too long at the Howie Carr thing, so I never got down there. I just decided to boot it back home and decided to do a little show tonight, kind of celebrate the Howie Carr thing today. But also, I wanted to just kind of play and review video from earlier this week, today maybe. I want to know what you guys think. I'm going to put a little poll up. What kind of video do you want us to review? Do you want to go back to Welcher? Do you want to go back to the other clown, Burgess? Or do you want to focus on today's video? What kind of video do you want to review today? Think about that. We'll put a poll up. But before we do that, I'm definitely going to play the Grace Curley audio from earlier today so you can get a kind of a feel what was on WRKO. I want to thank them again. Howie Carr, Kathy Carr. I want to thank Grace Curley. I want to thank her producer, Matt, and everybody that was there today. They were wicked welcoming. So thank you so much for that today. And I'm happy today, too, that Aiden, this is another thing that we were all talking about, is that Aiden actually got into court today, thank God. And it came up on Grace Curley's show today. You're going to hear us talk about this. This was something that I was suggesting to Grace to talk more about, is about how the journalists are being excluded from covering the case based on where we stand. And not only myself, but especially Aiden Carney and Jessica Machado. We've seen what's been going on with the lottery system. And as soon as they started publicly complaining, this week they get selected. So it's very interesting what's coming up next week, where Aiden and Jessica looks like they're going to be there all week next week because they started complaining, because it looks rigged, because it's not transparent. So there's a lot we could be talking about. I've taken a few days off. I've been, just taking it all in. And I want to take it day by day right now. I don't want to overstress myself and book too many shows. I have nothing planned right now. Definitely going to book some guests again upcoming. I expect some big shows. Everyone wants Vetero every night. Vetero is doing a lot of other shows too. I don't like to pressure him. I don't like to ask him too much, because I know that there's an appetite to have Vetero on other shows. So I don't want to be the guy that's trying to get him over everyone else every week. So I kind of just pace it. And Vetero will be back soon. Trust me. I'm sure he's on a show tonight, actually. He's been on a show the last couple nights, if you notice, too. So you'll find him. All right. So, yeah, today was that was fun. And it was fun today to see a witness on the stand that was so different than the last two witnesses. A guy that was professional, just couldn't be bothered, like in terms of he was just going to tell the truth. There was not going to be any standing off. There was none of the bullshit. None of the bullshit. He wasn't a D, So you see the defense witnesses are so much on a different level, and the prosecution, how much they paid for their shitty witnesses. It's just unbelievable that they paid $400,000. So much good shit's come out the last few days for Karen Reed. Yeah. I'm jumping around right now. I just can't help it because I haven't been live in a few days, and I just want to throw out. Yeah, this is a good comment. You mean professional and confident in his work? That's exactly right, Cheryl. You could feel it. It's a vibe too. Not only do they have the credentials, not only do they have the experience, but they have the vibe. Do you know what I mean? There's a vibe. Like, you can feel this kid, this young, good-looking, smart, professional kid is not a bullshit artist. Where the other two come off like, dude, am I buying a car here? Are you trying to sell me a used car? Is this a lemon? Like, really? Like, you're selling me a car for $140,000 that's only worth like $5,000, right? That's what it felt like from the prosecution side, the expert witnesses. It felt like the prosecution bought a $5,000 car for 140 G's. Or was it? No, it's more than that. It was 400 G's. 400 G's. What? I mean, there's a clip on from Court TV. Nurse Kim had reshared it on Twitter. You got these three attorneys, some of them who haven't even been that great for Karen Reed or Turtle Boy. Let's put it that way. All three of them were shocked by the amount that they spent, $400,000 on those Aperture guys. They've never seen that. They say, we always complain about how expensive the experts are, but $400,000, you got to be kidding me. They couldn't believe it. So this stuff that's come out, and it's amazing too to see that Betterow, who was, when he was on our last show, he predicted so much stuff that's happened with those witnesses. He predicted they're going to ask about how much money. It's all I'm almost wondering if Bettero has been fibbing to us. Maybe he is still talking to Kara Reed. I don't know, man. It seems like he's got a direct line lately. Maybe it's just the obvious thing. Maybe he's just sending some emails and saying, "Hey, this is what I would do," or maybe they're just listening to him on our show. That's probably what it is. Actually, it's been amazing to see. Like the last few days. All right. So yeah, let's play a little video. Let's play a little audio. This is from earlier. Oh, the other thing too, I before I do that, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, here's the book too. He signed the book today. That was amazing. All right, I'm gonna play a little bit of the Grace Curley. I'm gonna step out while we're playing this. It's not gonna be too long. And then in the meantime, I'm gonna put up the poll. I want to know what you want to hear. Do you want to hear the two idiots from yesterday, or do you want to hear today's? What video do you want to go to after this? Yeah, you don't ever want to see Welch's face again. I think we might have to go today. Yeah, I think so. But I like it better though. There's more to react to. Because then you got to remember you're gonna be listening to Hank too. Hank either way. Yeah, see, not Hank, please. All right, let's just go to this instead. Let's go to the wonderful Grace Curley show. We're gonna start with this. Oh, a couple other things too. Pinned in the chat right now. The Young Jerks Legal Defense Fund. I've announced this that someone's filed a lawsuit against me and two others for defamation. Haven't talked too much about the details. I'm playing it safe. I'm doing the right thing. I think we're gonna easily get this taken care of in court. Hopefully, that's the way it should be. But I want to thank everyone. We've had hundreds of donors already. We've raised $8,118. I just can't thank you enough for that. That's been huge. I want to thank everyone who's been donating to it. This is one of the things that Howie asked me about today too. That's how much I know Howie's watching us. He's like, dude, you're getting sued. All right, so let's do this. Let's do this tonight. You guys must be laughing because I just you're like you probably don't think it's a big deal, but I do. When a legend like Howie Carr is watching you, it's just like it's just you can't even believe it. You can't like please shave someone. I know, right? I agree with you, Dory. I should have cleaned up a little more. I should have. Next time I do it, I will. I'll clean up more. I didn't know how he was gonna be there. I didn't know I was gonna be getting pictures taken. I do. I gotta clean up a little bit. But that's okay. If I could be a slob and Howie Carr still wants to hang out with me. It is adorable. I'm in heaven. I mean, I always say who would be the best person to meet. I've met a lot of, folks out there in the past. I'm not going to say all the names, but it's like you have a list, like especially like doing shows. I always say like who would I most want to interview? I'm going to say Howie Carr is not Eddie Vedder. That's like my number one. Eddie Vedder is still number one, but he's pretty damn close. Like pretty amazing to get to meet Howie today and talk to him privately. And locally, I mean, you can't pick somebody, you know? Yeah, you like the fanboy. I know. I'm so cynical too to be a fanboy of something. I've recognized that now as I grow older. It's like when you are into something, be into it. Like especially fanboying, because like so often, especially like when you get older and I've met people. You know what I mean? If you're like me, you've been around, you've seen things. You kind of you can become more of a cynic. You recognize that people are just people too. But there's some things you still do fanboy about. It's funny, and I totally was into it today. Oh, I was smiling. Fucking Howie Carr, you know. You know how many times I've heard that Howie Carr? You're listening to the Howie Carr Show. The captain. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. Billy Bush is another one. No, I mean, I would be happy to meet Billy Bush. I would think it'd be cool. I'd get my picture taken, all that whole thing. It'd be wild because especially because of the Trump stuff. But I mean, Billy Bush is no Howie Carr. You know what I mean? Like Howie Carr, I've been listening to him for 20 years plus. You know what I mean? Like I can't even remember when I first started listening to him. And I'm not saying I listen to every show, but he is just like if you're a local Massachusetts, especially a North Shore guy like me, like Howie Carr is on another. It's just another level. It's just like that's the guy. Like Billy Bush isn't from Boston. Like he's not. Billy Bush didn't get threatened by Whitey Bulger. You know what I mean? And and Billy Bush isn't someone that I ever protested against. At one point I was against Howie a lot of stuff because I mentioned it to him today. I was like, I used to not like you because of the Hemp Fest thing. It doesn't matter, right? I mean, Howie is influential, and Howie also does a lot of what I did in the past, which was like columnist talk show, the hot mediums. The only place he taught me that. He taught me that. Like I used to like that's the only place I would ever fit in too, to know that. Like to know that early. Like I am not glitz. I'm gonna fit in right the written word. I don't have enough time or energy to do that lately. Hopefully I try to get back into that. I used to do a weekly column, but the written word and this talk shit. You know what I mean? That's a hot medium. That's where I'm much better. So yeah, like Billy Bush, I've never stolen anything from. You know what I mean? Billy Bush, Howie Carr, a lot of shit from the show. Like it's just little things, like even just how he focuses in on things and he can do the local stuff. Like that's what like makes him so different. You know, Kennedy's. Kennedy Babylon. All right, I keep saying I'm gonna play this video. I gotta get back up. I'm fanboying too much.
Live from the Aviva Trattoria studio, it's the Grace Curley Show.
You either have grace or you don't.
Read Grace's work in The Spectator and see her recommended reading at gracecurleyshow.com.
She's a nasty woman. She's a really nasty woman.
Now, here's the millennial with the mic,
Grace Curley.
Grace Curley.
Grace Curley.
Grace Curley.
Grace Curley, host of the Grace Curley Show.
Grace Curley.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Grace Curley Show. Thank you so much for listening today. And if you are able, for stopping by Aviva Trattoria. This has been already such a great remote. It is my 33rd birthday tomorrow. We're celebrating it today. Also my daughter's birthday, so happy birthday to my sweet Emily. And we're just having a wonderful time. It's a packed house, but there's still plenty of room if you want to sit up at the bar or grab some lunch. But everyone here, give yourselves a big round of applause. And to all of the wait staff here at Aviva, the incredible crew here at Aviva. They're doing such a great job, so we thank you so much. Joining me now in person, which is very exciting, Mike Crawford from the Young Jerks, and he's here for one reason only, that is to unpack what is going on in the Karen Reed retrial. Mike, we are on week 6.
Yes.
Shorter week than normal. We had the Monday off. We had yesterday, which was a very short day. But it is a big turn here because the prosecution has rested, and now it's in the hands of the defense. Karen has said before to journalists outside the courthouse she feels very confident about the case this time around. What, if you had to say what you're hoping to see different this time than the first time, does anything come to mind?
More witnesses. I would love to see the defense bring everyone out, but just from what I'm hearing, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. But I like the expert witness. You know, the first witness, expert witness, there's going to be a lot of expert witnesses. But are they going to put Proctor on the stand? Are they going to put Tully on the stand? Higgins. Are they going to bring Brian Higgins in? You know, so that's what I would like to see. I would love to see all the witnesses, but I don't know if that's the best for her case.
See, that's where I tend to agree with you, because part of what I started to notice in the way her defense was handling some of these cross-examinations, with the exception of maybe Jen McCabe, is that they don't seem, and there's still a lot left to figure out here, but they don't seem to be going down as many rabbit holes, and I wonder if that is because they're not sure how much the jurors can remember. Because even today, for example, they've got this expert witness, Matt DeSogra, and they're running through his academic credentials, and it's obvious to us what they're trying to do. They're trying to set up, hey, they were showing you Shannon Burgess, who lied about everything that he's ever done. Here's a guy who's really solid. But you have to keep in mind, these jurors are taking in a lot of stuff over a long period of time. And so some people are saying, oh, I hope they get into the Jeep stuff with Jen McCabe. And I'm like, that feels like a million years ago that Jen McCabe was on the stand.
Yes. I think they might actually go to the Jeep stuff just because...
Explain that to people, what that's about.
It's about whether Higgins' Jeep was there. If Higgins' Jeep was there, then Burgess, the whole thing, it doesn't make sense, you know, because Higgins' car would have been in the way. Higgins' Jeep would have been in the way. So they might go down that rabbit hole just because it discounts Burgess more. But I agree. I think today was perfect because they had this, like, good-looking, young, unflappable, cool... Everyone wants to be this guy's friend, this witness today, compared to Burgess, compared to the last guy. The last guy was just I don't know if I can use the word, but a D. He's just not someone you want to hang out with.
Yeah. You know what's funny is that you wouldn't have to be like 007 to look good compared to their two expert witnesses. Right. But to your point, I have been on social media today. The ladies are liking Matt DeSogra. There's a lot of people who are going, this guy's good looking, he's smart. And I want to play a cut here because I want to get your reaction. This was Matt DeSogra with Alan Jackson going over his list of credentials. Cut 5, please, Jared.
I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree, also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's?
Correct.
In engineering?
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You know what would have been a good follow-up from Alan Jackson? And have you ever been accused of lying about any of this?
No academic fraud.
No. It's crazy that the prosecution rested with obviously Judson Welcher, but I would say 2 of the weakest witnesses that were up on the stand. I know you want to start with your strongest, but I don't think you want to end on such a bad note.
No.
If you were a juror right now, what would your takeaway be from what you've seen so far?
I mean, that's tough because I've researched so much, but
Right.
I think I would be looking at the money. that how much money that was spent on those special witnesses and how bad they were. So the money misspent compared to, I'd be wondering right now as a juror, how much money did Jackson pay his witness today? Because he got a lot more. He got
his
someone
bang
that's
for
a
his buck.
professional, someone that looks the part, that has the background, has the academics.
But to your point, so the Aperture LLC, the contract I think was $400,000. It was an astronomical amount of money. But also, Mike, for people who aren't following this as closely, there was a lot of controversy about the defense paying witnesses from ARCA, and I'm confused why it's okay on one hand and not okay on the other.
And it was chump change compared to what they paid for Aperture. A bunch of attorneys I saw on court TV the other night who are like criminal defense and prosecutors were shocked at the $400,000.
Really?
They've never seen. They said, we always complain about how expensive these expert witnesses, but this is another level. $400,000. We've never seen anything like this. So, again, it just shows you what the issue in Norfolk County is. How much money have they spent on Hank Brennan? I mean, and how much money on the buffer zone with the Mass State Police harassing people for wearing sweatshirts? I mean, they're spending millions of dollars on this one case, and they're probably going to lose it.
I want to talk about the buffer zone because as someone who's been covering this trial and who has on occasion run into roadblocks having access to the trial.
Stop it there. I get so fired up when I'm on the Grace Curley show. I don't know why. I got to calm down a little bit. That was good, though. That was good. It's funny, my voice. I'm like, they put a glass of water down in front of me. I wish I had taken a sip of it or had that glass of water in front of me before I started the interview. Oh, man. Grace is so good. She is so smooth, man. She does these live radio spots. I was watching her at the end. I was like, holy shit, I could never do that. It sounded like recorded. She is so good at this. She got mad skills. All right, let's watch more of this. This was good, though. I never heard this because, it's funny. I can't really hear myself, too, on the headphones when I was, doing the show. Hear myself. I could hear her perfectly. So it's funny to hear it back now.
You've also witnessed other journalists who are being kind of kept out. They're not being selected. They're definitely not being selected as often as the pro-Commonwealth journalists are. Talk about the buffer zone a little bit, and then talk about what the process is as to who can come in and report on this trial.
The buffer zone's been out of control. I mean, they haven't even let us as journalists sit there with our iPhones out to record, to interview people on the sidewalk. It's basically, if you don't have your papers on the sidewalk, you were threatened with arrest. That's what's been going on.
And you've witnessed that yourself.
They did it to me. They've done it to me. And basically, I think that's changed in the last couple days. Hopefully, I'm hoping to get down there today to find out, because Mark Randazza, the attorneys, have done a phenomenal job, and they've won with the courts. So hopefully the state police get it together and stop actually harassing people for simply standing on the sidewalk without government papers, without government approval. And because of that, I try to get a government approval so I can just stand on the sidewalk and talk to people and interview and, say hi to Karen when she walks through, and maybe get in the courthouse. And I got no response. It's been weeks now, and this is apparently what they do. They pick and choose who they want to approve for court access. If they don't like you, they, for whatever reason. And it's been like that with Aiden. Aiden wasn't getting in the court. Apparently he is in the court today. Other people too. Jessica Machado, she's been shut out. They've been shut out.
And these are people with big followings. Of a lot of people rely on them. I know I do when I'm scrolling social media to kind of give a breakdown of every single minute of what's happening. And so to not let them in, it's really depriving people who are watching this trial of getting that information, especially, Mike, when they do things, which I appreciate, like what Jess Machado does is she'll comment on each juror and say, like, this juror smirked when he said this, or when Alan Jackson said this juror had this reaction. It does give you a different insight when you can't see the jurors.
Absolutely, and that's why I wanted to get in, and that's why it's so important that Aiden and someone like Jessica, and even someone like Sue O'Connell, she was the one we were following the last few days because she was the only one that we felt we could trust describing what the jurors or how they're reacting. So thank God, sometimes we're getting in. And
this week when Jessica Machado complained, all of a sudden it flipped. All of a sudden Aiden and Jessica are getting in next week. So it's interesting when 6 weeks go by and they don't get any love, and then all of a sudden, there's a lottery and they choose Jessica and they choose Aiden this week when they complain. And it's not transparent. We just, as journalists, we want to see them draw the lottery to pick who goes in the court. We want it to be public. It's not public. There's no transparency. We don't get to see it. I think it's fixed. I really do at this point. There's no other way to describe it. As soon as they complain, they get in.
It's absolutely suspicious. I'll give you that. It's very coincidental. I wanted to do a follow-up with you on a story that was a few weeks ago where we had heard rumors that the jurors had sent the judge.
I try to be like calm, but I get in there and I get so fired up because it's like I feel like I'm a conspiracy theorist. I do, because it's like you can't even do it justice the way that they're treating private citizens and even us independent journalists. They're just being, and I'm so glad that she allowed me to talk about Aiden and Jessica and Randazza and all the good stuff that they're doing, So that felt good. That felt good to be able to talk about that today on WRKO and the Howie Carr Radio Network, all the stations he's syndicated on. Howie told me to get Charlie under control. That was the other message today. And I brought Charlie. He's down here right now. He is out of control. Mama just went to get some dinner. So he's running free. Let me get him up here. You're famous. Even Howie Carr knows you. Even Howie Carr knows your trouble. You're like the Howie Carr. You should meet Howie Carr's pugs. Maybe we'll put him in touch with Howie's pugs. Does Howie still got the pugs? Oh, you're so good. All right, you're being good. You're famous. He's a famous Charlie. All right, Charlie's running around. Go back to your kennel. I don't want you eating paper. Let's play more of this. And I don't even have to look at the poll. The poll was fixed from the moment we put it out there. Like you all do not want to watch the Commonwealth witnesses. After this video is over, this audio, we're gonna go to today's defense witnesses. Yeah, puppy love. Yeah, we got to have a play date. All right, let's go back to the video. If I can find it. Here we go.
Judge a note, basically saying, and I'm just paraphrasing from the speculation that was already out there, basically saying, hey, can you stop allowing for all these objections because we want to hear from these witnesses. Do we know anything more about that? Because there has been a very interesting, because even days after, Mike, the judge then pulled each juror in one by one, and she said, don't speculate about what I'm talking about, but I need to talk to you all individually. So there's been a lot of strangeness to the dynamic in this courtroom.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what's going on with the jurors. We heard different things. There's been a lot of speculation. So I don't know. But I definitely think this judge is not fair. Like she picks with the prosecution almost every time. I think yesterday was the first time she granted a voir dire for the defense. I mean, it just always goes against the defense. Always. It's just like you can count on it.
Do you think it's kind of ironic that for some of these witnesses that she didn't grant the voir dire for and that she allowed to testify, it actually ended up hurting the prosecution more than the defense?
Yeah.
Like, they would have been lucky if she had said, hey, Shannon Burgess changed his timeline halfway through. You can't have him. Sorry, it's not going to work. This isn't how it typically goes. That actually, it would have been a blessing in disguise.
Definitely.
For Hank
it would
Brennan.
have prepared them for the resume stuff, too, like the academic fraud. They would have had to explain that, So it definitely would have helped the prosecution to do the voir dire.
Yeah. Mike Crawford from the Young Jerks, I thank you so much. Can you please give out your social media handles? Because I know you have a big following. And the cool thing that Mike does when he has on Mark Betterow and other people is you can text in questions and you guys answer them on the fly. So let people know where they can follow.
It's at the Young Jerks on Twitter, X, JURKS. On YouTube, it's at the Young Jerks 1, number 1. That's it.
And Mike, are you going to stick around for just a little bit?
Oh, I'd love to.
Okay, because if anyone has any questions off air for Mike Crawford, I know people were coming up to me with some questions earlier. He's the guy you want to talk to about Karen Reed, anything to do with the retrial. You know what I did find very interesting was there was a gentleman here who came up to me before the show started, and he said, I didn't watch he was with his wife. He said, we didn't watch the first trial, but we're glued to the second. Have you been hearing that a lot? Because I would assume it'd be the opposite. I would assume people watched the first one, got tired of it, and checked out. But it seems like there's a whole new audience for this.
Yeah. Because it's some of us feel like we should check out right after 2 trials. She's got a point. Like there is for us, a lot of us that have been around since the second trial, since the first trial to the second trial, there is a level of fatigue, especially the longtime supporters, the boots on the ground, the people like myself who are doing shows every night. That's why I've decided to scale back. I'm like, I can't continue this pattern and doing shows every single night. There is a level of fatigue. But at the same time, this is bigger than ever. This is bigger than ever.
Definitely. And I think there's, like, you look at where I'm at in YouTube, we were one of the first shows, besides obviously Turtle Boy was the first. But there's been so many more shows now covering it that didn't cover the first trial. So it's amazing to see some of the huge shows on YouTube covering this now too, and everybody's into it. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. Mike Crawford, thank you very much. Give Mike Crawford a big round of applause.
Thank you. Happy birthday, Grace.
Thank you very much, Mike. You've been waiting for it, and now it's here. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier BOGO offer is on. The Thunderstorm is a
funny. I didn't hear any applause there. There was a little applause. It's funny because there was like a live studio audience there, but I don't think they could really hear us. A lot of them told me after the fact they couldn't really hear us on the stage. So that was interesting. I did hear some applause though. Some people did clap when she said that, which was interesting because I didn't know who they were. But after the show, I talked to a lot of them and they were very nice. And a lot of them appreciated that I was going on Grace's show. They also mentioned Bettero and Aiden. They said they enjoyed watching Aiden on the Howie Carr show. Everyone loves Aiden. Every single person I talked to there, they were Aiden. So people love Aiden Carney. I hope he knows that. All right, let's transition. I'm gonna bring up earlier today. I'll just go to this. I'm gonna go check on Charlie. He's acting up. Charlie is definitely acting up right now. Maybe Mama's back. We'll see. I'm gonna turn this up too, so it's not as loud as it. Hold on one second. Hold on. Let's do this. Yeah, you don't have it on the screen yet. I thought it was on the screen. Hold on. Gonna take me a second. Oh, not now. Hold on. My computer's freezing for a little bit. Hold on. There we go. Not sharing it. All right. There we go.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand? Broadly.
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So that's it. It's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit, what about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into to it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them. So we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota/Lexus, versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle, then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems. And in a lot of cases, what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems in many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead. The road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's?
Correct.
In engineering?
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed, in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education.
Do you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
Yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach.
Correct.
Have you attended data? Have you attended data? Have you attended events that deal with data, event data recording systems, and event data recording system extraction?
Yes.
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction.
I just want to note a couple super chats came in. Thank you so much, Sherry D. She gifted 5 Young Jerks memberships. And L Woods as well. Thank you, L. She also gifted 5 Young Jerks memberships. Thank you so much. And 1202 is your friend. Says, wonder what Butch from the Cape would think about this mess. I think Butch from the Cape, come on. He was very skeptical of the Red Sox, right? He'd be skeptical of Morrissey, definitely. I wonder where Butch from the Cape is. He still around? I remember him. I remember him calling in. WEI listener line. He's the whiner line, right? I don't know. I wonder what Butch from the Cape would think. Good comment. If you're local, you know Butch from the Cape. Also, Sherry D. She gave another 5 Young Jerks memberships. Thank you so much. That's 10 tonight. Thank you, Sherry D. All right, let's go back to the video.
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level, and then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am, active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Yes.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I am currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I am. I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does, and it requires, as far as I know, when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
Yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles?
It's this one. Dorothy Kelly says, I'm looking for neither. She says, I guess she doesn't want to watch the video again. She says, I want to hear about any new legislation and who we can support in the next election to get rid of Morrissey. There will be two candidates. That's the question of, that's a problem too. Like, I'm kind of frustrated if there's going to be three candidates because it looks like there are actually two good candidates running against Morrissey, which normally you'd be like, oh, great. The more good candidates, the better. But you really want a one-on-one race, right? And especially they're all Democrats, so it's going to be a Democrat primary. I'd be interested to see if there are any Republicans. I hope there is a Republican candidate in case Morrissey does win that Democratic primary in a three-way race. But there look like there are two very good quality candidates running against Morrissey in the Democratic primary. One of them who's been on the show twice. The other one, I definitely do want to get him on the show as well. It just sucks that there's going to be two quality campaigns running against him. I wish it was just one. I hope by the time 2026 happens that it's kind of consolidated, maybe behind one of the two candidates. We'll see what happens. But I'm just going to support both until we know maybe who's the strongest of the two. I don't know. You know, they both look good to me. So there's going to be an election 2026 next year. So November 2026. That's what we're looking at. We got a year out. And I'll definitely be focusing on this, especially after Karen Reed hopefully is acquitted. We'll see what happens. But I hear you on that, Dorothy. All right, let's get back to the video.
That you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles.
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year published a paper where we studied the effects of
This is a good comment. Tiff says, Mike, did they quit airing the select board meetings? I've kind of dropped the ball. I haven't been airing them as much, especially since Susan Harrington's been elected. Especially since Helena Rafferty is gone, I feel like it's not as critical to cover every single select board meeting. And especially since I haven't been doing as many shows, and a couple times when they've aired, I've been having Betterow on the show. So it just hasn't turned out. I know other channels have been covering it. I know that Canton Chronicle, and that's the other thing. I know that there are other channels covering it, so it's not incumbent that I cover every single Canton Select Board meeting. But they've definitely been happening. There's been some public comment. Maybe it is time to review some of the public comment from the past that we haven't watched yet. That might be an idea. Thank you for the comment, Tiff. Canton Chronicle, definitely check him out. John Como. He does a lot of Canton coverage. It's nice that it's not all on me, that there are other shows. I believe, what's that other show? I can't remember the name of the show. Dana and Tracy, they have a show. I don't want to I always say it wrong. It's a tough title to kind of get it right, but they have their show as well. They've been covering it, I believe. So I keep saying, let's get back to the video.
collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components. It's just a different brand on top.
And that's the other big thing too. It's like for a while I felt like we needed to put them all up on YouTube so people were aware they were going on. And when I'm not airing them, I hope that you can check Canton Community Television directly. They have a website. You can watch every single hearing. I got to give props to Canton Community Television. They are the best. They're the ones who broadcast. They're the ones who show up and make sure that we even get that. So you can always watch every Canton Select Board, every Canton government meeting on the Canton Community Television website directly too. So I hope more people are watching that. That's kind of my goal too. When I was broadcasting them, to make people aware that Canton Community Television exists and that you can watch all of this. You can watch every single meeting. So you never have to just rely on the Young Jerks. I like to do it on the Young Jerks a lot because we get to chat, we get people involved. But you can always find it in Canton Community Television. You can always go back and watch. Definitely check out Canton Community Television and consider supporting them as much as you can. I think they need more money from the town of Canton. They do amazing work.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing?
Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to repeat that.
Of course. Sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, an event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or a skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So, in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, you know, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. And we demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DeSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval and recovery?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
In New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today.
Specifically with, as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture LLC.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Miss Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you in fact review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2, 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events so we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that?
Stop it. Right. Just wanted to make sure I mention we're going to be promoting this more on the show, definitely. But there's an upcoming Karen Reed fundraiser that's going to be happening It's a Karen Reed and Turtle Boy fundraiser at the Middleborough Elks, Saturday, June 28th. 90s Boots on the Grounds party. Let me say that again. 90s Boots on the Ground party. I hope everyone checks it out. We'll have some info on how you can get tickets and all that very soon. I know Jessica, who has done a lot of the standouts in Bourne around the Rotary, and she was one of the Canton Nine early on that was threatened with criminal charges for standing out. You know, basically, I believe all she had was an American flag, and that's why she wasn't actually charged, where they tried to charge the other ones. But she was part of that crew. She's been a longtime supporter, Karen Reed. She's going to be organizing this. So I hope people support it. 90s Boots on the Ground party. Just put it in your calendar, June 28th, and make sure you get tickets when they come out. All right, let's go back to the video.
Span of time was that? I should say, what time was that?
For which event? Just so
For
I'm
the
clear.
1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number
With
committed.
the court's
to my-
permission.
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor. So the original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to fall.
Let me ask you this. Does a trigger event or does a text stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the juror so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording. And as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary. It can be more or less than 5.
Yes, it's Resistance to Silence is the show I was trying to reference. Tracy and Dana, thank you. Oh man, I should know that by now. It's been years. It's just ridiculous.
For the
Like,
specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs.
for some reason, you ever get those mental blocks where you just screw up certain things? You can't help it. So you just avoid it. That's me in Resistance to Silence.
Previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38, would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Sustained is to fall.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that long.
That's my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it, let me ask you this, does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after, but the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle?
That's correct.
Okay. If we were to calculate the window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
Would you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
Of the recording event.
Of the recording event.
Not
so,
the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate? I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect of timing if you were to start at the trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5-second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Did you apply the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't
Okay.
remember the exact date.
So after, well, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event? Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Johnson.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger? Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no. The answer is
Following your presentation of the PowerPoint to us, at some point did you receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough, fair enough. Did that report, or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report?
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
Sustained.
Were the conclusions, not his opinions, were his conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust to the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with the final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times.
What were the main differences? Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report?
Contrasting it with the original
Correct.
report, in the
Right.
original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared maneuver?
It was a 3-point turn.
So between the two reports, he changed how his methodology. That was big right there. That took him a while to get there.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
He did not have that analysis in the January 2025 report.
Thank you. Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios?
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct? Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Sustained.
Did you seek to clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection. Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Hank doesn't want that question answered. Doesn't want that answered. Nope. Excuse me.
Your Honor, permission to display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Mr. DeSober, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the title page.
Really happened to me. Not in a while though. Just don't get 69. He is the best parody around on Twitter by far because it's so realistic. So good. You're right, Sonia. It's happened to everybody. The parody accounts. That's the best one. The Yellow Cottage 69.
Of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
With court permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. Within evidence, you don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, What is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces the first, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with, in Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with that's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
No, I'm going to allow it.
This is big
The
too.
phone interaction happens how many seconds after the text stream event?
This is huge. This is big right here.
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
Let's do that again. O'Keefe's cell phone event. The lock occurred within approximately 26 seconds of the end of the text stream event. It happened afterwards. So, if they're saying John O'Keefe got struck at that moment, right? 26 seconds later, that's when he actually turned off his phone. That gives him a lot of time.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're
Afterwards,
looking at,
yeah.
other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dashed green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide. Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So
Did you, I'm sorry, Mr. DeSoto, did you create this or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162.2 ends at 12:31:43, and they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event, so I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording, yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12:31:38.
Correct.
Did you put a name on this gap, if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12:32:09 lock.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please.
Great comment, Sonia. The thing about Hank today is he couldn't really be that nasty. He tried to be a little bit. And I think it was grating. And I think the jury doesn't, I mean, I just imagine. This guy was so easy to like. He wasn't hiding answers. He was precise. He wasn't doing what the previous two witnesses did. So it was hard for him to be unnecessarily rude and snarky like he usually is. It was difficult, and it was very obvious to see what he was doing when he did it. I think he laid off of it. I mean, typically he's much actually more competitive, but I think it, like you said, it showed. It showed up because look at this witness. You know, the witness was so agreeable, fallible. You know, he's not someone who's standoffish. He's not trying to hide his answers. He's not trying to stick with the narrative. He's not trying to hide the ball. So yeah, I think that definitely did stick out. Yeah, the witness didn't take the bait. Exactly. Unlike the previous two witnesses, right? Yeah, and it's jarring the difference. This was such a good witness to start with. This was so quality today because it showed the difference. Here's a professional. Here's a slick looking professional young man who's got his shit together. These other two jokers, just about the money, right? It felt like the other two jokers, felt like they were selling me a car that was worth $5,000 and they wanted 400,000 for it. This guy feels like you didn't get ripped off as a witness. So yeah, I think Hank's going to have a hard time. And he's going to try to do that to the ARCA witnesses too. This was a great witness to go back to back on Welcher and Burgess.
What does this slide show us?
So this here, what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, we have a lot of numbers to go through here. And so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before.
Funny, I didn't even realize he's from Charlotte. That makes sense. I was thinking about that today when I was driving. I'm like, you know, compared to the other two guys who definitely didn't sound like they were from Massachusetts, they definitely had a distinctive, I would say, like, you know, a southern accent, let's put it that way. This guy today, I was like, he could be from anywhere in America. Like that's how professional sounding he is. I'm like, I wonder where he's from. I wonder if he's an East Coast guy. Didn't even look him up. I didn't know much about him, except, you know, knowing his degrees. But yeah, he went to North Carolina. That makes sense. UNC. So he's a North Carolina Charlotte guy, I guess. Yeah, that does make sense. But didn't have any of the, you know, local yokel accent from wherever he's from. Didn't have a Boston accent, but he was easy to hear, easy to understand. Speaks very clearly. Great witness today. I thought he was a phenomenal witness.
Now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So what I'm saying here, I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
yes,
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
He's after.
Did all of the information that's on this slide come from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively,
okay,
from Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Tell me about this slide.
Yeah, so this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about and this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment, and we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key, or could it be a push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and the 3 seconds later that you just described to me?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where?
Like that's again, like ADK said, people in corporate positions have to drop the accent or they won't be taken serious. My friend from Lowell took a course. I'd say that's especially true if you're dealing with a national audience. If you're dealing with a national audience, you definitely want to maybe not have such a strong accent. And, you know, especially like if you watch these TV folks, the folks that do national television shows or even do national radio shows. And, you know, these witnesses, these expert witnesses are going to be speaking all across the country. Again, I think they overpaid $400,000 for guys with accents, you know, compared to this guy who could, any audience in America is going to be like, oh, that guy, this guy's an expert. He has no dog in the fight, right? Yes, resistance to silence. Thank you. I think I've screwed that up so many times. That's why I was hesitant to say it again. I don't know why that one's hard. I don't know. I think sometimes I've said resisting silence or something. Resistance to silence. All right. Let's get back to the video. We got some guests here. I don't know if you heard them. They just showed up here. We're having a little
3 seconds.
I'm not sure how long I'm gonna. I don't know. We'll see. It's what they call girls' night over here. My girlfriend's got her lady friends coming over. You can hear them chatting. I don't know. Maybe I want to run up there and hang out with them, or maybe I just want to stay down here with you folks. I kind of like you hanging out with you all. What do you think? Should I hang out with you, or should I go hang out with the company upstairs?
The conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report.
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Miss Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3 second delay, or could that be different?
It could be different in their testing. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3 second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus. But without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have any.
I think I'm pretty much going to hang out with you instead, but I might run upstairs, you know, just grab a sandwich because they ordered some sandwiches and I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day. I should have eaten at the Italian restaurant today. Definitely should have. If I'd gotten there earlier, I would have ordered some food. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna take another couple breaks and eat some food up there. But I'll just come back and down. But I think I'm gonna hang out mostly with you. I think I want to hang out with you tonight.
Basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle.
Yeah, I got to
They
eat.
could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3, and then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing 1 and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that.
Sorry, I keep cutting into the video. I gotta say, the best sandwiches too. They're like Korean beef sandwiches. Oh my god. Ooh, they are so good.
Analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7. What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report. His page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report?
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask you to.
What, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please. Tell us what we're looking at in this slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the Aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The Aperture reports lay out 2 methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point turn.
And where did you get that information from?
From the Aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report on differentiating, the January report, which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, Did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as point 154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point you said was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The Aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those 2 times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that 3rd column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So on this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually—
What do you mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference, whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a positive 5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this point 154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it, and he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20, and when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes positive 6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in this slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations all of them, with, without key switch, phone calls, and point 154 on one table, and I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025
Nope.
report, did he
Nope.
undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
No, that wouldn't be good for business.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices?
He got
regarding-
paid $400,000 not to do that. He got paid $400,000 to make sure it looked good for Morrissey. This was good. This is a good section right here. This was very good opening.
calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is
I love accents too, I gotta say. Brenda S says, I love all accents, especially a Southern accent. I like them too, but I would say when you're an expert witness and when it's your job to speak very clearly, it may not be the best because a lot of times people don't pick up what you're saying if they're not used to that accent. So that's why I think when you're an expert witness and that's your job, you probably want to try to lose the accent. You want to sound more like this guy. This guy is so crystal clear. There's no question on what he's saying ever. You understand every word, no matter where you live in America, right? So that's the only thing I was, noting. And I don't think it's a game. Like, I don't think it's I don't think it's end game if you have an accent. I'm sure there are plenty of great expert witnesses with an accent. Just saying. I think it's also something that could turn off a juror. You never know. Jurors are weird. Subliminally, subconsciously, you never know.
look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data, rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
You've already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a
Funny too, because Fall River accent came up, right? You remember with Proctor's words? Lisa says, I live in Rhode Island. I love the Boston accent, though. It's funny because I think a lot of people from outside the country think everyone in New England talks the same. I find that people in different parts of Massachusetts don't even talk the same. North Shore, South Shore, Western Mass. It's not all the same, Even neighborhoods, they have their own special words. And so definitely, I don't think Rhode Island, Connecticut, or Fall River sound exactly the same. They're all a little different. Funny. I got that North Shore. I got the
screenshot
North
of
Shore
page
accent.
42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there's a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and a line based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support 1 point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about
Merrimack Valley. Listen, I love Merrimack Valley. I'm a big Merrimack Valley fan. Lowell, Lawrence, and everywhere between. Love Merrimack Valley. Definitely. You don't have to keep it at bay with me. Just going through some of the comments. Johnny O, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, Mike, I'm from California. My ex-girlfriend is from Revere. I was absolutely in love with her accent. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Thank you, Johnny. Probably when you listen to this show, it might remind you of Revere.
the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess, in his report, indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next slide then. Is this a
So there's
continuation of
the
the
second half. So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, We'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my two tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In Table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the simultaneous, the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is a continuation of that, mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees. And one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous. And there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary then of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 11.
It's 25 out of 30. If I could bet or gamble or buy stocks and win 25 out of 30 times, I'd put everything in over and over again, right? I mean, that's what you kind of shoot for with stocks. You want to get you want to be right about 25 out of 30 times. I mean, those are good odds. So 25 out of 30 times, the interaction with the O'Keefe phone happened after the vehicle event. After it stopped, right? It's wild. He didn't include it. He didn't include any of this stuff. Burgess.
62-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the zeros, they're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
Do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all
the difference between this and Burgess, he has no agenda. Just straight up telling you what's going on.
directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the tech stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the tech stream event?
Sustain.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the tech stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone. What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes,
Is that 10%?
that is 10%.
Yeah, it's sustained and it's stricken.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
This is insane. I have no idea why Bev is not letting him read the simple percentages that it's 10%, 10% likely, right? Why is that? I don't get that.
Sustained.
If I told you hypothetically,
I'm going to see you type out for a second.
You gotta go to sidebar for this. Are you kidding me, Bev? Yeah, ridiculous, unreal. Why? Why? Why can't that? That is just. All right, let's move this forward.
What I mean by that is,
Sorry, hold on.
yes,
what is that? What is that mechanism?
that would be the airbag control module,
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history of a collision on that car? Ever?
No.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example.
Question. Nobody can answer except that she's biased. That's what it is. Bev is biased.
Steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed, or the engine RPM, or the accelerations of it.
Does the tech stream data event indicate that there's a, and I'm talking about very specifically, the tech stream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
Does the tech stream data event mean that if you find a tech stream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw tech stream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many tech stream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
And I need to see you type out.
Anytime. Objection. Anytime. Objection. That car.
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
And last question, do any of the tech stream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed, either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time? Objection.
Ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have this moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Recall Yellow Cottage Tail, Kevin, and the rest of them saying the chip off. It's going to prove Karen hit him. Right there. No evidence. No evidence of a collision. None. Zip. Came up short, Kev.
Okay. Jurors, we're going to take the morning recess.
We're gonna take a 40-minute break right now. That's unbelievable. A 40-minute break she took today. What the hell was that all about? A lunch break before lunch. They had 2 lunches today.
Yes. Do not believe is one of the triggers.
Let's get it back.
January 29, 2020.
No, let's get to the jerk. Here he comes. Hold on.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Let's see how many people drop off when Brennan comes on.
And
No one
Mr.
wants to
Silva, I'm
listen to
going ask
Brennan.
that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here. So if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Pretty much. She proved how. That's exactly it, Brian.
Good morning, sir. Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Miss Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe
Look
on
at him.
January
Look how
29,
fired up he is.
2022?
Is
He's
it
a little
our-
hot. Look. Hank. Are you trying to say? Shut up, Hank. Oh, I can't listen to him. All right, I'm gonna play this on. This is probably the moment I'm gonna go grab a sandwich when Hank comes out. I hope he doesn't. He's not gonna ruin my appetite. I'm hungry.
Oh, wait, is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022, or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You were not suggesting to this jury that Miss Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before.
No.
You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision.
Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision, isn't that true?
Correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself. Correct.
Right. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data,
Correct.
like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on TextStream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you, if someone accelerated Miss Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator? 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers there's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on what percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Miss Reed's would create a triggering event? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the text stream data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it? Objection.
I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data into the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the case.
You're saying it would meet that?
Would not.
Would not. Okay. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit. And I think it depends on what you mean by event. Because
Exactly.
previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports reference.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before.
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle, captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No,
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Okay. I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could. You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month. Correct.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that
He skips. He gets it right out of the way. Moves very quickly over the bachelor's of science and masters of science that Burgess didn't have.
basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction, it was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus as part of your specialty on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders?
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it, but oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general,
Oh, yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Hey, have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
have you ever taken any class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of reports from Dr. Judd Welcher, yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Shannon Burgess?
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case.
You what?
Mr. Jackson, my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess,
Correct.
report by Dr. Welcher,
Also correct.
reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
I did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports? You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
That was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about. You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Well, as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
Primarily, I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture reports. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities. No.
You had provided an initial PowerPoint,
Yes.
and then you received information from Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
and then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
That's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th.
Yes.
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th.
Correct.
Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
They had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th. Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
So it's sustained.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
There's
Yeah.
no reason for you to hold on to it for a couple of days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
You know what was provided to the Commonwealth that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th, the report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, it had new information, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked?
My clients, Mr. Jackson.
He said, please add this on the 25th.
We had a phone call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation and I did so, and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th was the date you provided?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
Okay. When you first got involved in this case, it was last fall,
Correct.
and at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
And there was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules and try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
When you did that, were you given any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess. Did you?
I did.
Determining the oversights required some study of actually the data and the information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
So, can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. And whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past with the download reserved for Ms. Reed's Lexus materials?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from the chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
In that form, it's sustained.
It's strict.
It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits, and Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip off, no further study.
Look at this guy. He's trying to bury this guy and act like he's not an expert. But his guy screwed up bits and bytes. He just looks like a dick. It's like this dude is so qualified. There's no reason you should be such a dick to him. You should have just moved on. I don't know what he thought he was accomplishing here.
Chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read it because I don't want to try to malign your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess' proposed protocol labeled "reattempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components."
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. If you need to see it, actually, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
No.
Did you want to know when Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
He stated, I think in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log on information, you've heard of that. Ignition on and ignition off information
Yes.
in an info gaming system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. It's pretty important in this case, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
Of an accident reconstruction.
Sorry, so can you restate it, the whole question?
I'll
Yeah.
ask again.
Yeah.
You said you have some experience in accident reconstructions.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available? More data the better?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, the data analyst, the more data, the more you get to look at.
Yes.
And so the power log on information that actually has date and time. That's critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
In some accident reconstruction,
So much, Barb RN for the super sticker. Thank you so much, Bob. Much appreciated.
in some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and the time that you can match with the text communicator, correct?
Yes, it does.
Because you know text communicator itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
This had a running time, it says. like
That's
a stopwatch.
correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
I don't think prior to the process anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right, the only person that found this out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there, someone knew what to look for, or got creative, they could maybe find it.
Yes, more so to your if got creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
System. I'll strike it.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes.
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
He actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips, and it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed?
I mean, we could bring up the voir dire now, the ending voir dire. I mean, I think tomorrow morning is when we'll find out how Bev rules, right? I don't think she made a ruling on that. Not that I saw. I'm going to try to replay that tonight and double check, but it seems like she didn't make a ruling on it. And that's basically about allowing Michael Proctor's friends to testify. I don't see how she can't. Like, I don't understand even what Brennan's whole complaint about it was. It's just, how can you not let them testify? You know? If she doesn't let them testify, like, what would the reasoning be? I'm going to have to listen to that again. Too damaging to the state.
That he
Can't let them
found that.
testify.
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give any input? Did you have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
Yeah, no court tomorrow. Did I say court tomorrow? Court on Monday. I forget what day it is sometimes. It is Friday. Court on Monday. We'll see what happens on Monday. Or, you know, she could maybe she'll actually do some work this weekend and we'll find out tomorrow. Maybe she'll post the file, you know, post the ruling online. Who knows? Maybe Bev will get ambitious for once and actually do things outside the courtroom.
No.
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
He did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as time progressed through the first day in his office in Texas, and then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
Yeah, this is the weird thing, isn't it? This is what I can't figure out, Catherine. It is a good point. Catherine says, we think Hank made a deal with Proctor. He really wants him to testify, but not his friends. You got to wonder why the defense doesn't want to call Proctor and the prosecution does. I don't know. This whole thing is weird about not calling Proctor. It seems like they're not going to call him. It seems like the defense is set on not calling him, bring up his friends to read about the text, which is, I don't understand it. And it's especially even weirder now, I think, that Brennan wants Proctor on the stand. That's like, why didn't he put him on the stand then? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of it's a lot of like chess being played that maybe we don't know every detail of. It's interesting. I don't know. I think they should call Proctor. That's another thing that everyone said today. I can't remember who said it. I don't know if it was Howie or his wife but that was on everyone's, like, even all the people in the audience. Everybody was saying, are they going to actually not call Proctor? Why don't they call Proctor? We want to see Proctor. Everyone wants to see Proctor on the stand again. So we'll see. Yeah, they had every opportunity, but now they want the defense to call him. That is weird, isn't it? Why isn't he being called? I don't know. Sometimes I wonder about the defense. I thought this theory early on is maybe if the prosecution doesn't call Proctor, maybe it is better for the defense to have Proctor being this boogeyman that they never see. Because a lot of times, what you don't know, you're more afraid of. So if they actually saw Proctor on the stand, they might. Sometimes when you get familiar with things, it's less damaging. Let's put it that way. Like, they might humanize Proctor somehow. So I think that might be the reason why the defense doesn't actually put him on the stand. But it could be something else that we're not aware of. What's going to be interesting is if Karen Reed is found not guilty soon, to hear from these defense attorneys. I'd love to hear their strategies. It's going to be, people have been asking this for a while. When are we going to get the sidebars? We still don't have the sidebar discussions from the first trial. There's so much that we don't know. And that's what's going to be so exciting if Karen is found not guilty. We're going to actually get to find out a lot of the details behind the scenes that we haven't known about. Hopefully. Bev will probably try to lock everything down, but I don't think she's going to be able to.
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not what he said to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance or importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight? Objection.
Sustained, you can ask me to.
Did it ever dawn on you that as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind, that there was something important or significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of...
I'm still not buying this. I'm not. So the K-Pick says, it's not weird if defense calls him, Brennan can lead and cross to rehabilitate him. I don't think there's any rehabilitating him, though. I mean, you read his text, it doesn't really matter. And plus, the way that Proctor acts, I mean, unless he has a radical change, I just don't see, even with, leading him, that you're going to be able to rehab that guy. I think it's more about the fact that he's scarier in the jury's mind if they don't see him. Think about it. This is what I've realized a lot in life. So often we worry about things that aren't real or that don't exist. The worst fears we have in our head. We think of the worst thing that could happen, and then we worry about it, right? I think that's what the jury's doing with Proctor right now. They're like, why didn't he get called? So I think there's several reasons why they might not call him. And maybe partially, about the leading part, maybe K-Pick, but I still don't think it's that big of a deal, honestly, because I don't think the guy can be rehabbed. I think he's that damaging of a witness to the Commonwealth.
Different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there. There could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some...
Put myself small on the screen because I don't like to see the doubt. Like, if I'm not in this screen, like, I'll show you right here. If I go this way, all of a sudden we got two tickers going. It just gets a little too much. So I like to, so you only see the one ticker. I could also go this way, maybe. Might be a little easier. But it's when I put up the the testimony. All right, let's play a little more. I'll do it from this angle. If
Great
it's bothering
oversight.
you.
You could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing.
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing.
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card?
Sorry, I'm on mute. But this comment is so good. She said, defense can make Proctor the boogeyman if they don't call. And I think this is such it. We are often afraid of what we don't know. And think about how many times there's been people that we know are killers or even serial killers or even like Charlie Manson. And there are certain people in society that are like, that's the guy I want to support. That's the guy I want to follow. Even look at like the Boston bomber. There were tons of like these fangirls that were all about Dokar. You know, it's because people set eyes on them and they see a certain image of that person and they disassociate with what they actually did. So I think sometimes when you humanize somebody, there's a risk. And I think it's easier to probably make him a boogeyman. I think that is probably the biggest reason why the defense doesn't put him on the stand. But I don't know. We don't know what the defense is thinking about this. We don't know. All right, let's get back to the video. Sorry I was muted. I'm wondering how long I was muted for.
Card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car.
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on
No.
different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
This is a good comment. Not that long, maybe 15.2 seconds, give or take like 25 seconds. Could have been a couple minutes, could have been 5 seconds. Yeah, who knows? Give or take. Freaking hilarious. So it's they brought up Luigi. Look at all the support he's getting. Yeah, I can see why though. You know, like I'm never ever going to support violence, especially what Luigi did. But I can see why in a way. You know what I mean? Like I'm never going to be the guy that like says violence is okay. But I can see the anger. You can see why. I mean, how many of us know people who have been denied health care by health insurance companies that we paid the premiums for? You know, that's very frustrating. I do get frustrated about the healthcare system. You could do everything right. You could have your whole retirement savings. You got your insurance, and then you get this catastrophic illness, and you lose everything, and they still don't cover your healthcare. It's a terrible system. So I can see why in that case, but that's a perfect example. Perfect example. You never know how someone's going to react. There's always those outliers. There's always those people that are going to be like, you know what, that's okay. What he did is okay. I'll never be that guy. I'm never going to say it's justified.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of
I
possibilities.
understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see, as an analyst, a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
Probably get better health care too. It's true. When you have nothing, you get the best health care in a way, like it's in some states anyways. That's the worst thing too. It's like you lose everything. We're all one illness away from losing everything. That's the worst thing in the system here.
Ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. And I want to ask you your specific opinions and how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay? If we could put up Mr. DeSorga's new PowerPoint, 52525. You've made a modification to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
You've made an amendment to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
So there was something that happened, you received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible, so I included all the data.
The worst thing about that kid too, the Magini kid, he basically had this back surgery that went bad. Like, I wish I could have talked to him. Honestly, before he had the surgery, I would have recommended against it. I know a lot of those fusion surgeries, they're very risky, man. And a lot of times they don't work. They make things worse. I know a lot of people who've had them. I've got the same back injuries, back issues, and my back's actually gotten a lot better with walking and stretching over the years. It's so, I mean, I still have pain. I still have sciatica, all that, but it's not like it used to be. And I wish he had maybe got someone that was a little more holistic and said, hey, don't go for that crazy surgery. Try stretching, try time. Time can heal, especially with that kind of nerve pain. Yeah, a lot of people suffer for it for years, unfortunately. Nerve pain sucks. I hate it. But that kid did, what he did was just, you can't excuse it ever. That even if you don't like the CEO of the company, you got to remember he's got kids, he's got a mother, a father, a sister, brother, all these people that like them, love them, When you do something like that, even if the person was a horrible person, which, come on. You might be a greedy CEO, but I'm not buying that, gives you the right to do anything like that. That's just too much, way too much. And yeah, sometimes surgery is the only way, but I think sometimes these doctors push it, where they don't consider the risk of it, especially with a spinal fusion. Those too much could go wrong there. I would not do a spinal fusion. Yeah, and I don't want to live in a vigilante world. I think that's not a good place to be, Even though our justice system is flawed, it's like it's better than a vigilante world, because the vigilante world leads to people just getting killed for no reason at all because someone thought they did something and they didn't, So, yeah, none of that.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate best practice to update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say, generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustain.
Okay. We can turn to page 2.
That's the other thing. I have heard some good stories from people with fusions. I'd say the big thing on is make sure you know who's doing it, right? I mean, that's the biggest thing. It's another one. It says, Michelle says, I disagree, Mike. I had a fusion by a wonderful doctor at the Baptist, and it changed my life for the better. I'm glad it worked out for you. So I have a friend it did not work out for, and he's in way worse pain than he ever was before. So I don't know. I think it's risky. I think surgery is always risky, and I guess I really think it depends on how bad it is for you. I mean, if it's hell already, and it's not going to get better, then yeah. But if it's like me, where it was bearable and it got better without the surgery, I think it's individual decision, but you really have to think about it. It's a tough decision. I'm glad I didn't do it. Let's put it that way.
Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just
I
read the
did not.
report. Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide, no.
Not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought or how he analyzed, you're just guessing.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation, so I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
It's not a matter
I'm
of
not guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand.
It's the good advice right there. Give it 6 months. I had an old Russian doctor one time. I went back in. I was like, what do you think about the spinal fusions and the steroid shots and all that? The dude looks at me and he's like, dude, you're doing way better than like 5 years ago. So like, why are you even thinking about that? Like, just keep doing better. Just keep stretching. Keep on what you're on. And time made a difference for me. I mean, I still got the bulging. I could still feel it. But before it was like a softball. Like the bulge in my back, I could literally run it out my back and feel a softball. Now it's like a golf ball. It's just a little bump there, you know? So I don't know. Stretching and walking's worked for me. But not everyone's going to be the same. And I think some people have it a lot worse than I have it, obviously. So I think it depends. I think it depends on how bad it is for you right now, right?
And behind it, you don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
I also think age makes a difference too. My back injury happened when I was young, and that's the other thing with Luigi. He was a young guy, so. And I think yoga, that's another thing I would suggest for people: yoga, stretching, all that stuff, walking. But especially if you're younger, I think it's easier to recover from those back nerve injuries. Whether you're older, it's a lot harder.
To an extent, yes, because I understand how the exemplar testing by Aperture laid the foundation to align the key-on events in the infotainment to the Lexus VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn, 1162-1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this slide, on a later slide, but yes.
Okay. And you said that variances, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. Turn to the next page, please. You point out 2 times for the jury, the Lexus event 1162-2 ends 12:31:43, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock in the infotainment system.
That time is based on 2 things, the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key-on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
Right. And that is compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that was found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 123209 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in the report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 123209.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there was a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger
I don't
event.
think he said his preference. I think he said that's usually the way it's done, right? Now he's making it like it's your preference. He's so disingenuous.
That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach, especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so, in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, I'm not the only instructor. Collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition, subtraction, or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you're lining up the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated than if you take it from different spots, isn't it?
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger method.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention,
So you're
apertures.
not suggesting that Mr. Burgess was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he pronounced that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event?
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that, so just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis, so I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. So
Appreciate
if someone's
it.
looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were
a little
suggesting
different?
those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at a comparison from end to end. You couldn't then add the 5 seconds at the time of the trigger because you're starting at the end in both places.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer it on that one.
I don't allow it.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, they were basing it off the end of the event, the end, not the trigger, the end, comparing it comparatively to the end of a different device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for that.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
You see 12:32:09 minus 12:31:43, the middle line, equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welch's slides before?
Truth, Arca did just kind of laugh at Hank. They were just kind of amused by him, like he's a little bug. He's a little bug trying to pest me. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Arca. That's going to be fun. I'm also looking forward to Monday. We got Lucky Laughlin coming. It looks like, you know what's really interesting? They have a Boston police officer who used to be a Canton police officer who left Canton Police Department. She's a female, a woman. Like, they really don't have any women police officers besides like Helena Rafferty in Canton, apparently. And she left Canton, and there's been a lot of rumors and speculation on why she left the Canton Police Department. She's on the defense list, and she's expected to testify on Monday, according to Aiden Carney. So Monday's going to be good witness day for the defense. Yeah, and Lucky does prove it. Yes, he does. And he's coming. He's coming on Monday. Monday's going to be good.
Let me phrase it more cleanly. Before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th, in his May 8th report, isn't this the exact difference in time that Dr. Welcher cites in his PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
Also stated in the.
Yeah, Kelly. That's her
Did you
name. Kelly
see when you reviewed
Deaver.
reports that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry,
not the
PowerPoint.
report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I show that. So these are all just copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there is
Please do.
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I showed at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate the point you're trying to help us with. Like that a little for me. So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that would be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data? Judge.
I want to see you at sidebar.
Sidebar Bev. A little sidebar. Or was this lunch? No, they had already had lunch, right? Maybe it was lunch.
From the infotainment. And when we're talking about times here, correct.
Hold on. There we go.
Sir, I want to ask you about your opinions, and inevitably, some of the slides that you've presented to this jury regarding adjusting the clock in a time period of 3 seconds. You have given an opinion that there's a difference that you see in the reports between when the defendant's Lexus is powered on and the infotainment system begins, correct?
Thanks for the reminder. I do have to go check out Charlie right now, so I'll be back again. I'm just gonna keep playing it, but yeah, usually I take him out around between 8 and 9. I don't like to go too late because of the coyotes and the wildlife and creatures. Charlie's had a lot of outside time today, but he's due to go out. So thank you for the reminder, Sherry D. Everybody, if you haven't taken out your pet, this might be a good time to do so. I'm gonna continue to play the video. I'll be right back.
Yes.
There's a 3-second difference on the exemplar vehicle between when the power is turned on and then the screen lights up, the ignition, the infotainment system.
The 3 seconds I'm referring to is the timestamp in the data from the SD card. So I'm referring to the timestamp in the SD card. It seems that that's coupled to the screen, but I just want to make it clear I'm referencing the data from the SD card.
The data from the SD card correlates directly to the infotainment system itself.
The date does, yes.
Because the SD card is with the other chips part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds. If we could turn to page 7, please. If you could zoom in on the left side. Sir, you told us that you didn't do any testing or data vetting yourself. You simply relied on reading and reviewing Mr. Burgess's report and Mr. Welcher's report.
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is Mr. Burgess' report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welch's report where he cites Mr. Burgess' findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess's reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welch's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess's report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think, basically, he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report, where in his report does he say that Dr. Welcher should not have relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right? So when you just made that assumption or that suggestion characterizing Dr. Welcher's state of mind or thought process, is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
No.
Okay. When you read Mr. Burgess' report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event in 3-second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I
show.
know that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase it. When you reviewed Mr. Burgess's report and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3-second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or studied that changes that analysis, do you?
No.
Now, when you are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? When you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3-second gap, do you think maybe you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
Okay. The time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right.
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You believe that that 3 seconds between the power on and the infotainment system going on should be accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra. It's because when we're talking about times here, we're pulling a time from the infotainment and we're marrying that with a key on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. But this is a very unique analysis. This is not something I've ever even seen, this type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time. And so the only way to reconcile those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on. And that's the 3 seconds.
You've never seen this before.
I've never seen the approach taken here in this analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key on event in a Lexus infotainment used in addition to the key on timer from that same Lexus.
You know Mr. Burgess actually looked at the data, not just the timestamp. He looked at the data. You understand that, don't you?
Sure.
You did not, did you?
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data.
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're claiming right now? Did you actually look at the data?
Yes. Yeah.
You look at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw text stream data from infotainment, did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it. The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so they're not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
I did.
Okay. And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the infotainment data, you were adding on the 3-second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3-second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However, the caveat I put on that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so that's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment module begins the run. You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that.
I need to respond to a message, an important message I got on YouTube just now. Let's put up this picture again. All right, so this is a picture I posted on my YouTube and my social media. One thing you'll notice is I got brand new clothes on. Brand new t-shirt, brand new pants. I was going to wear the long sleeve shirt, but it was hot. So I was like, I'm going to just wear the t-shirt. I'll show off my arms, right? So I'm wearing a brand new pants, never worn before, brand new shirt, never worn before. And this is the comment I get. I love these comments. Tamika731 writes, nice for you, Mike, but you think you could have cleaned up a bit. I could have cleaned up a bit. I should have probably shaved. It's true. Probably should have shaved. But I didn't know Howie Carr was going to be there. I didn't know I'd be getting a photo op with Howie Carr. But she goes on. She didn't leave it at that. She goes, your t-shirt looks like you slept in it. Look at Howie Carr. He always comes presentable. Hope you learned something today about how to dress. Ha, ha, ha. No matter what I do, I swear to God, it's just, I shouldn't read the comments, but it's like, I'm wearing brand new freaking clothes. That's a polo. That's a polo t-shirt. I know it's a t-shirt, but still, it's a friggin' polo. Come on. Have a little respect. And I'm not sure exactly. Don't change for anyone. That's exactly it. You know. I thought I looked fine today. Except maybe I could have cleaned up the beard a little bit. There was a little, maybe too much gray. Yeah, they always look to hate. It's always about how my clothes. I'm not trying to. I'm a hardcore punk guy. Like you're lucky I don't have rips and holes and you know. I went and bought new clothes. Come on. All right, let's get back to what's important. Not me. Oh man.
Time.
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key on timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus.
Wait. You think I'm ironing a t-shirt? Are you one of them? I had friends that did this. They would iron their friggin' t-shirts. No way. No, that is not me. I don't iron shit. I'm gonna iron my t-shirt. Oh my God. Please. And you know what? My shit looks like, if you look at the picture too, let's look at that picture again. Howie doesn't look like he ironed. My stuff looks a little more iron than his, even though I didn't iron. I think we both look fine.
Systems that key on timer is basically simultaneous with the key on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different, and that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3-second delay. It's a yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. If had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish.
Showing some nip. That is true. There was a nipple climbing out of there. It's not like Kevin's though. It's not like a big droopy nipple. There's still some muscle there, you know? All right. Enough about our pictures,
Is the 3
please.
seconds the same, or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you are determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Ms. Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct, and that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that that would be able to be determined.
Now let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts,
I would never iron a pair of jeans, but I think that's more acceptable to me than ironing a friggin' t-shirt. Like ironing a t-shirt is like, I feel like you got OCD if you're ironing a t-shirt. Jeans, okay, but even that I think is too much. I think, come on, they're friggin' jeans. You know, I feel like the only thing that you should ever iron, honestly, is a dress shirt and dress pants. You know, that's it. That's me, anyways. I used to do that. I used to be in the suits, you know, wearing the goddamn suits. You had to iron. Oh, I hated that. I hated it. Hated ironing. I hated have to dress up in the suit and tie. That's what I love about what I do now. Who the hell am I trying to impress? You know what I mean? Like, that's why I love walking dogs. I can wear whatever I want. I don't have to shave. And even doing this show, you know? All right, let's go.
large left, please. As part of your charts, you took this chart from Attorney Burgess's report, and you made some assumptions about this, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I applied the numbers in his third column to the times, so I mean that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14, 13 a.m., 4:38, 16 a.m., 4:42:06 a.m., 4:45, 12 a.m., and 5:04, 28 a.m. You said on direct examination, oh boy.
Me too.
You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart, so
Okay.
that's probably what I said. I don't remember specifically, but that's what the chart says.
Is that your opinion, that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
The chart says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your later charts on the predicate that these numbers, the first 5 columns, are infotainment compared to John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was...
So I laugh about Smile too. Brilliant. That's why I never let it get to me. Any of that stuff. I just laugh about it. I might respond. People might think I'm mad because I respond. I did respond to her. I think I was like, brand new shirt, check your eye prescription. But I mean, that's a thing, Bryn Lee. She says, I have to wonder when someone goes out of their way to criticize someone who had a pic made with Howie. And not only that, Howie knew who I was. Howie's watching my show. Howie wrote this in his book and I didn't even ask for it. You know, it's just, that was surreal. It was like an amazing moment for me. So yeah, I just look at it like they're probably a little jealous. They're probably upset that it wasn't them. I get it. Whatever. It comes with the territory. I don't come here. I didn't come here to be made sport of, to quote Howie Carr. But it is fun. All right, let's get back to the video. No more talk about me or the clothing or any of that shit.
Infotainment matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone, or some other phone matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone. Did you do any independent study about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions and all the charts you've given to the jury and shown the jury, it relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m. the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know for 44206, 442?
For people who don't know Howie outside of Boston, yes, Howie is very big in Boston. He's basically been a columnist for, I don't know, I bet like 30, 40 years at the Boston Herald. He's an old newspaper journalist, and he's written opinion columnist for the Boston Herald as long as I can remember, for like many decades. And he's also had one of the top radio shows in Boston, the Howie Carr Show, and it's syndicated. So it's syndicated all over New England. He is a New England, Massachusetts legend. He's from the state of Maine. He lives in Massachusetts. He used to be the WRKO drive time afternoon radio host forever. His show's still on RKO, even though it's not officially under that station. Now he's syndicated through his own network. So he's basically an independent voice that can do whatever he wants. He's got a big name, and people know him and respect him. And the claim to fame for Howie Carr, a lot of it is about the mafia. He exposed a lot of what was going on with Whitey Bulger and the Irish mafia and the FBI specifically and their corruption. He was actually threatened by Whitey Bulger. Whitey Bulger actually tried to put a hit on him at one point. And then the FBI was after him. It's so funny. Howie has ruffled so many ruffled so many feathers, whether it's in Beacon Hill or the Mass State Police or the FBI or the gangsters, the mafia, the Irish American mafia in Boston. He's exposed a lot, and he's the guy who always goes after, the politicians and especially the judges, and they're triple dipping on the pensions, and how they get these no-show jobs. He's the guy who covers all the local corruption. He's amazing. And a lot of people also follow him for his politics. That's the part I don't like about Howie. I don't really follow him. I got to admit it, on the politics. I'm not interested when he's talking about Trump and all that other stuff. I'm in it for when he exposes the politicians and the corruption locally, especially. And it doesn't matter if it's a Democrat or Republican. If they're corrupt and shady, he's exposing them. And that's another thing I really respect Howie about. There's been times when he's called out the people that ideologically agree with him. Like, I remember he had Shiva on. Shiva, you remember Shiva? He went after Shiva pretty hard about Shiva's domestic assault. And that was one of the best interviews ever, is Shiva versus Howie Carr. If you want some entertainment, just go. I guarantee you that is on YouTube. We should find it. Shiva versus Howie Carr. One of the best interviews. Howie Carr is amazing. He is a local and national treasure. He used to be on Newsmax. They used to put his radio show like on national cable television. I don't think they still do that anymore since he's gone independent. I'm not sure. But he's also, you can watch him on Rumble on Facebook. He does his live show there. He is a national treasure. It was I gotta say, I'm still in shock, and like just that I got to meet Howie Carr today and talk to him for like 10 minutes. It was just like, wow, this is amazing. We're talking about the Rifleman Stephen Fleming. It was just like listening to his show, but it was like a one-on-one,
12, 50428. Did you know that her Lexus?
Yeah, I was a little starstruck. Not
that
even
when you
starstruck
get a
either.
phone
It's more
call-
like just knowing that this is the guy who does what I love. Like, he writes a column like Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy has a column and then he has a show. And he's like this, if Turtle Boy's like on a level, Howie Carr's like the senior rep of that. He's like the grandfather of it all. You know what I mean? He's amazing. Yeah, it's not even being starstruck, more just like pinching myself. Like, is this really happening? Does Howie Carr really know me? Howie Carr knows my dog. He's like, and then when I read this, like, to Mike Crawford, I love the Young Jerks, and he asked, am I a jerk now? He's like the original jerk. Like, we stole our whole gimmick from him.
Oh, by the way, do you know on those different times, or 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 11413, all the way down to 50428. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls. Do you know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. You know where it came from?
The assumption, the assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And that's
It's hilarious. I'm getting that. I'm getting that. So one person I love called me a traitor. They were like, "You're a traitor." Some people are mad because they don't like Howie because of his politics. You know, some of the people in my life. So it is funny. Some people are like, "I hate Howie, but I'm glad that he's giving you some love." That's another one. I've heard a lot of different comments today about Howie. Most people love him, but there are some people that obviously don't like him, and especially because of his politics. Doesn't make a difference to me, you know. I'm sure they get some of the same shit about me, actually, to a lesser degree.
Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work.
I do too. I like
Howie.
Howie.
Timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming actor is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained. Sure.
Sustained. Here we go.
That when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating now, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know is the answer. I don't know.
That's a funny thing. I think that Howie doesn't give a shit personally. Like, it's funny because I heard an interview, one of the best spots I heard from Howie. Well, I got wicked excited one day. Is when Howie had Charles Lacrodera on the show. I don't know if you guys know who Charles Lacrodera is, but he's another Boston radio legend. He was like basically the Howard Stern of Boston before Howard Stern. And he's basically a liberal. He's very smart, Charles Lacrodera, and he's hilarious. And the working people like him. Charles has a lot of friends who are Republicans, even though he's left-wing liberal. BCN, yeah, legend. And one day, Charles went on Howie's show. I can't even remember why. It might have been, I think Charles was maybe coming back and doing an event in Boston, like a type of reunion. It might have been even like a fundraiser. Yeah, Dwayne Glasscock. People know who he is. He also had an alter ego who got fired. He did the Saturday show. He pretended to be this character, and he's the #1 radio show at Boston on WBCN. But his Dwayne Glasscock was so out of control. His alter ego got fired, but Charles kept his job. Stuff of the stuff that Charles used to do. Charles was wild. But to hear them, those two guys who are so politically opposite, but they're both radio legends and beloved in Boston, to hear them do an interview together and to have Charles with Howie and they're talking about like how Charles was telling Howie how he learned some of the grift. He got a free car out of a promotion and he learned it from Howie Carr. It was hilarious. It was like one of the best pieces of radio I've ever heard. So I think he's tolerant, personally. I think he just doesn't like me. He doesn't like corruption, doesn't like shadiness.
We don't know.
I do not.
Okay. Don't say we don't know. You don't know. So this is iPhone to iPhone. Then your assumption on the first side.
Yeah, Charles never did.
If they're iPhone to iPhone, and you're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone, your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate, aren't they?
I'll allow this.
If the title of the first column had iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in
Aperture. They probably learned the free car deal from Howie Carr. Oh man, I know, right?
my analysis.
But that's not the question. I appreciate that. My question is, if those first 5 calls were iPhone time to iPhone time, and you mistakenly analyze them as infotainment time to iPhone time, then the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate, wouldn't they? Objection.
Sustained.
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I don't want to guess. I don't recall.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to phone?
No.
5:30:31. Do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are two different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is two separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
I'm going to paraphrase, again, Mr. Birch's report, as I recall it, in that he stated during the testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were two calls placed, there were two call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, but only one timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't.
Did you ever look at phone records for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination whether these are two separate calls or not? Did you ever do that?
No.
If these are two separate calls, can you explain to us why there is one timestamp?
Again, as I stated, that was behavior that was observed. The exact behavior was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of this system.
This
Do you have a book? Howie's got a lot of books. Howie is self-published. This is one of his books. This is there is some mafia stuff in this one, I believe. This is called Paperboy. Read all about it. It's about a lot of his writing, about his journalism, but he's got a lot of books about the mafia. He's got Kennedy books, Kennedy Babylon, The Rifleman. That's about Fleming. He's written a lot of books. So yeah, check out. You can just look at it. Look up his website, Howie Carr Radio Show, and his website will come up, and all of his books are there. He's got a number of books about the Irish Whitey Bulger Mafia.
information was not taken from the exemplar vehicle, was it?
This table, no.
This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car, isn't that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, do you know why there would be two phone calls and only one timestamp?
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that, no, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Did you know that?
Yes.
Well, if you know that, can you conclude that even though there's two calls and only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works?
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So when you look at 5:30:15, right in the middle, and 5:30:52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 5:30:31 infotainment on the left. Compare. It's impossible, right?
Yes.
So there's two possibilities.
Yes.
One is that you have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
Yes.
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
Correct.
And so when you add those disparities, you have 27 seconds disparity. Correct?
I'll allow that.
Is there a 27-second disparity when you compare the two?
I'm not sure I understand the math.
5:30:31 is 16 seconds different than 5:30:15 on each phone. Yes?
Yes.
5:30:31 is 21 seconds different than the 5:30:52 phone call. Yes?
Yes.
And the difference is cut each way, once minus, once plus.
Correct.
So when you add those disparities, you get 27 seconds, don't you?
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Okay. What do you get?
You're saying if maybe
Sativa, indica, how about both? Depends on my mood. Usually both at the same time. Mix it up. Add them both. It's like asking me, do I like mozzarella cheese or provolone? I like them both. Thank you for the super chat. I had to look up about the Muffin Man. I was like, what is it about this Muffin Man? Hanky's new song, did you know? Do you know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? I'm referring to Hanky needs a spanky SDA Muffin Man from now on. Lucid Visionary Girl 88. Thank you so much for the super chat. The Muffin Man, huh?
maybe so I can be clear what you're asking. If we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21. How many seconds are in between there? 37.
And so you can see, did you know that the defense car was turned on at 5:07 a.m.? Does that ring a bell?
I don't have any of those key-ons committed to memory.
So you can see between 5:21 and 5:30, the offset is different between them, which shows that variances change. They move.
That seems reasonable, yes.
When I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to agree with me that variances move?
Yes, they do.
Okay. If those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, would you agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
Yes, with the caveat that because this is a novel analysis with this SD card and this infotainment, that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior. My opinions on things like that are based on testing and research and literature. And so when we have a brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works. But under the assumption, then yes.
You would agree?
Yes.
If we turn to 10, please.
The fact that it's untested. Hey, I'm sure it's pretty good, right, Hank?
Given, could you zoom in a little, please, on the left? Given that these data points come at 5 in the morning, or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30, did you consider whether they would be less reliable than comparing to the triggering event, the 3-point turn at 12:23 the night before? Did you consider that?
Yes.
When you said you reviewed and you're critiquing reports, did you read Mr. Burgess?
No, I'm a North Shore guy. I did go to Bridgewater State, so I know Taunton and Dighton. I went to a lot Bridgewater State with a bunch of kids from that area, Taunton and Dighton especially. Yes, North Attleboro. We used to go to that Emerald City Mall. I don't know if that's still there. I used to go down to 24, the Burger King. The Burger King on 24. I don't know how many nights I spent there. A lot of nights. After we'd go out drinking, we'd jump in the roommate's truck and drive over to get some Burger King late at night. But yeah, I'm a North Shore guy.
Report on May 8, 2025.
Yes.
Did you read in his report where he explains that this is a less reliable method to, it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're interested in, 1162 at 12:30, 1:43 to 48, than the 3-point turn?
Actually, I think that was the name of it.
When
I
he
call it
explains
Emerald City. Yeah, that's it. That's the one I'm talking about. Silver City Galleria. Yeah, that's the one we used to do all our Christmas shopping in. Bridgewater State. Every year I'd have to buy something for the girlfriend, Christmas. You go over to the Silver City Galleria. I think they had a Filene's back then, right? Maybe it was a Macy's. I don't know. But that's exactly where we used to go.
That the method
Oh,
of
no, it
using
was
5:21
bulldoze.
and 5:30 on January
See, I
29,
didn't-
2022, he explains.
I had no idea it was bulldozed. No idea. What's funny, when a couple times I went to court, I did meet one of Karen's friends from Coyle Cassidy, someone that she had grown up with, and she was supporting Karen. And yes, Liz Reed is very nice too. I've exchanged a couple messages with her on social media. She's very nice.
About how the information is stored in the infotainment system when it's powered back on, doesn't he?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report that he explained the available call log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Miss Reed's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th.
This is such a good point. I was thinking about this today, and I'm glad that you brought it up because I didn't think to bring it up again. NY says, wasn't it odd that Bev took a 40-minute break before Hank's cross to give him more time to prepare? I know. That's exactly what I was thinking later. It's like she gave this guy 40 minutes to come up with all this BS. She gave him a lunch break, basically, to come up with all these questions. I wonder, what was that about, the 40-minute break? These are the things that, geez, wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall to know what the defense is dealing with here? I didn't get that. There was no explanation. Why was there a 40-minute break today? Right before Hank did his cross. Right before lunch. You know? That was very suspicious today. Very suspicious. Yeah, no, it wasn't explained. I would love some explanation on that. If anyone could find out, let's
You
try to
considered
find
that
out.
when you decided or formulated your critique, didn't you?
Yes.
This further indicated that the associated timestamps for those calls originated from Miss Reed's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
This behavior was previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
You shrugged. I mean, I don't want you to just agree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically. But I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you agree generally, or can I give you the report? You can look and remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure. Do you have a copy? Would you like me to bring it
Do you
to
have the reports with you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked. Let me see if I can get a clean copy for the witness.
Should be included with all of the other points.
But that's not my question. My question is, you are taking the position those first 5 calls are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
They could be, and so I include them. I'm not saying they definitively are or not, which is why I never say there is one way to do it. That's why I say there's a whole host of ways to do it.
So you're now saying that you're not assuming that's an infotainment to iPhone analysis. Are you now saying that?
It's stated that way, and I think it could be that way, but it might be iPhone to iPhone too, if those times are just copied over.
And if it was iPhone to iPhone, your analysis would be wrong.
Certain lines would go away. So if you want to call the whole analysis wrong because of that, it might be your characterization. Okay. It would change the total number of possibilities.
So if we put up chart 12, page 12, please. If you were wrong about the infotainment to iPhone analysis,
Oh, New York, NY. I'm guessing you're New York. NY says, I have faith in these jurors, especially because they watch the Young Jerks every day to find the truth. I kind of wish they did, even though I don't, because that means, that would cause problems. We don't want the jury to do things that they shouldn't be doing, really. Hopefully they don't need to check outside sources. Hopefully they figure it out on their own. I'm going to keep the faith right now. We got to keep the faith. It's easy to be cynical and skeptical, especially after the first trial, especially after we hear what the jurors said, but we got to keep the faith.
Analysis, and those first 5 should not be considered. Which part of your chart would now be wrong?
What do we have? 12 lines on the chart?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we have 12 lines on the chart. If we decided to eliminate the lines that are based on the calls when the vehicle was off, we would be left with 4 lines on the chart.
And if we turn to 14, please. And if you could enlarge, well, I don't think you can enlarge it. If your analysis about infotainment to iPhone was wrong, you would agree those first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns should not be there, should they?
No, the positive 16 stays, the negative 21 stays, 1, 2, 8, and 20 would go away. So we'd lose 4 lines from this chart.
In the negative 16 line, that comes from information at 5:30 a.m. the next morning.
Correct.
And you would agree that that distance is not as accurate as cueing it from the three-point turn event 11:62:1.
The 3-point turn is closer in time than the call at 5:32.
And thus more reliable, wouldn't you say?
Generally.
And the negative 21, that was from 5:30 and some seconds the next morning. Same idea. Not as reliable as the three-point turn information.
There's greater uncertainty the farther in time we get.
So when we turn to the three-point turn information, you mentioned in Dr. Welcher's report that it was noted that the timestamp 154 was the end of the three-point turn event, correct?
That's how he states it.
And then more information was provided when Mr. Burgess then broke down that 154 timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And when he broke down the 154 timestamp, he actually wrote a report about it, didn't he?
Yes?
He didn't just have it in his head, he put it on paper for all to see, yes?
Yes.
And in that report, not only does he break down the data,
Comment, it is hard to watch. Wonder Kim says, I can't really even watch a trial anymore. The decisions the judge is making and the way Hank is talking stresses me out, and I worry the jury is buying it. I can feel you on that.
he also shows a visual of the actual data on a map, doesn't he?
He does.
Someone wants to, this is weird. This guy wants to give money to find out why the video is sped up. This is what people do on YouTube to get through a lot of video. Not that sped up that much either. It's like 1.4, I think. Actually, let me look and see what it's at. That's because we turned it up so we can get through it quicker. It's at 1.25. So, just, I don't think you need to give money for an answer. You could have just maybe asked someone in the chat or Googled it. Jesus Christ, some of you people. Oh, Jesus, man. Why is the video sped up? So we can get through it. So we can watch a 6-hour video in 4 hours. You know? Yeah, it doesn't even sound like it's sped up. It's a little bit sped up. Some people do it a lot faster. Sometimes I put it on like 2 or 3 times speed. That's when you really notice it. All right, let's go back to the sped up video. Jesus Christ.
Exhibit 192A.
I demand to get an answer on the sped up video.
192B, please.
Do I have to pay for it? No. You just gotta settle down there, Bo.
If you could open that up so we could see it a little better. When you look at the data he actually broke down, do you agree that instead of at the end of the three-point turn event as timestamp 154, that actually is at the beginning of the three-point turn?
What we really need to do is we need to watch the fans sped up on 3 times speed. We just like as fast as it can go. That's what we need to do next.
I don't know if the points are numbered on here, so I can't tell which point he's referencing as 154.
Do you see the green circle?
Yes.
Do you see the black line?
Yes.
Does that orient you to the direction the car was traveling?
That appears to be what he's trying to convey with his chart.
And then the yellow is facing a different direction, towards Fairview, correct?
It is.
And do you see the green square rectangle?
Yes.
You think that correlates to the green circle?
That seems to be what this graph implies.
And it notes that.
So ask it differently, Mr. Bowler.
Does that heading note the start of the three-point turn of O'Keefe's phone is 12:23:59?
I'm going to allow it.
That's what Mr. Burgess states in the report.
And do you have any information?
Since we have Olivia, I just saw Olivia Lambeau. I want to ask her this question. I want to know what she thinks. Hurtlocker66 says, Hank really wants the defense to call Proctor. Why? I want to know what Olivia is still there. What does she think? Why does it seem like Hank wants them to call Proctor so much? I still can't figure that out. I don't know why he wants it. It's true. It does turn Hank into a chipmunk the faster you go. Some host channels only read his comment question of his paid super chat. I don't do that unless I have too many super chats. I mean, that was the problem with the Bettero shows when we were doing the super chats. I couldn't read anything else but super chats because, you feel bad if someone gave you money and you don't get to read the super chat. So, I can understand that issue for some of the YouTubers if they have too many super chats that you don't get to read anything that's not super chat, that does happen. But for a show like this, I've only had like 10 super chats tonight. I'm going to try to, check out the chat. That's why I actually enjoy the slower shows, is that I get to see more of the chat and kind of interact with you all. That's what I like about tonight. It's been just kind of chill. I have no agenda. I don't have any guests that I have to worry about getting in, or content or super chats. I just kind of chill and watch the video with you all, and just kind of go back and forth with you. Have a conversation, And a lot of times I miss a lot of the chat. Like when Bettero's on here and I have 11,000 people, you can't keep up with that chat. The chat just goes by you so fast, it's not even funny. Here we go. Olivia, see, this is what I love about this. I asked Olivia a question. We get to have a conversation. Olivia comes right back. She says, I think it's less about Hank wanting the defense to call Proctor and more about him wanting to keep the defense from being able to authenticate the text messages with Proctor. That is a good... See? I think you're right. I think you're right on the spot. Yeah, I don't think he really... Yeah, I think ultimately he just wants to keep those texts out about Proctor. He doesn't want them to allow those 4 friends of Proctor to go on the stand. I mean, that makes sense. That's so logical. Olivia, thank you. That's why I like the slower shows. We could just kind of chill and talk and get feedback. And someone like Olivia in the chat, this is the second part of her response, including ones that didn't come in at first trial. Hank has surely coached Proctor how to evade authenticating communication so they don't come in just like he did with Kerry Roberts. Wow. See? That's true. There are some other texts too, right? See, I think that's it. I think you're right. I think you're 100% right on the spot. Yeah, he's trying to make it look like... See, a lot of what this guy does is about image, and he's fronting. He fronts a lot. I mean, he had Kevin, and I'm convinced he had Kevin and all his spokespeople, the Yellow Cottage. Oh, wrench! These Shannon Burgess, the chip-off data, all this stuff is going to sink. It was all BS, a bunch of BS. Yeah, we got to say this too, because we saw her bullshit. OnlyFans says, wow, Olivia Nile greater than Coffin Doofus. And again, remember I was talking about when people come after you, they get jealous and stuff? That's exactly what Coffin Doofus was doing to Olivia Nile. Because she knows on X and anywhere that Olivia goes, Olivia has more credibility and more respect than Coffin Doofus. And that's why she went after Olivia. Jealousy. Hey, jealousy. That's all it is. It's jealousy. Just like Kevin. Every time Kevin comes after me, it's because I have 49,000 subs on YouTube, and he doesn't even have, I don't even think, 9,000. That's why Kevin comes after me. He's very upset. He's very upset. He could have been a contender, but he chose like an idiot.
To suggest that's not spot on accurate.
No, I didn't do an independent analysis of the 3-point turn maneuver.
And then the heading of the change. End of 3-point turn to O'Keefe's home, 12:24:07. You have any
I could be the therapist, with my upbringing. Sometimes I am. It's funny for me because I'm not a guy that's like you would expect that from. But some of my friends will call me when they're in life crisis and be like, I need some help. I trust you. You seem to know what to do. And I just sit there and laugh. I'm like, me? It's like, oh, you know what? I think you're right now. I can't believe I've gotten to this point. But yeah, I think I will give you good advice. Give you some good life advice. It's funny for me because I look back in my 20s and 30s and I was the last guy you wanted to take any advice from. But now I actually would listen to my own advice now.
Information to suggest that's not spot on accurate.
I did not analyze the 3-point turn maneuver.
And so when you look at that and break down 154, did you determine or make an analysis that 154 that was generally accepted, because there is variances between items, when you break it down with more specificity, 154 is actually earlier than the three-point turn conclusion. Did you consider that?
I'm going to allow that, yeah.
I'm not sure I understand the question, if you don't mind.
You mentioned Dr. Welch's report said it relied on 154 as a timestamp for the end of the three-point turn.
Yes.
Based on Mr. Burgess's May's report and based on the data, which you don't contest, you now agree that 154 was not the end of that three-point turn. It was at the beginning.
Based on how Mr. Burgess presents it, I didn't do an independent analysis. So
See, I looked up the Muffin Man. I had a couple different meetings, but I didn't catch that meeting from you, but that makes sense. Definitely. I think Michael Morrissey said, if you win this case, I'm not gonna run for re-election, and I'm gonna endorse you. That's what I think it is. I think that Hank Brennan wants to be the DA of Norfolk County. I'm convinced of it, and I'm convinced if he wins this case, then Michael Morrissey might turn around and endorse him and decide not to run for re-election and give him all the campaign cash, because Michael Morrissey has a lot of money, a lot of campaign money in that chest. So he can pretty much, I feel like, fund Hank Brennan's election campaign if Hank Brennan wants to run for Norfolk County, if he convicts Karen Reed. So I think that's what it's all about. I think you are on to something lucid visionary. And it's also $1 million, right? He's getting $1 million. Can you imagine that? All you got to do is show up for a couple months. Here's $1 million. He's getting paid $1 million. Think about that, people. Hank Brennan, they said $250,000. He went through that quick. And when it's all said and done, he's going to get, it might be more, might be less, but I'd say ballpark figure, Hank Brennan's going to make $1 million on this case, on this trial. Think about that. That's a lot of incentive to go all out.
I'm not on one side.
And the longer it goes, the more he bills.
Burgess or one side with Dr. Welcher. They present independent methods.
Are you suggesting in any way it's inaccurate? Are you suggesting it is in any way inaccurate?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't have any opinions as to the individual accuracy of the methods selected by either Mr. Burgess or Dr. Welcher.
Do you have any information you'd like to add or weigh in on to dispute the accuracy of those times?
Sustained.
And let's turn to the previous exhibit so we can actually see the data that's broken down. You could open that. The 154 timestamp, if you go to the left, please. Do you see that right above the green line?
Yes.
12:23:58. You see that?
Yes.
And then the green goes to the orange, and that's an 8-second difference, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you looked at this, you considered that this was a more detailed study of that timestamp by Mr. Burgess, right?
More detailed is, yes, that's correct.
And do you know why he did a more detailed analysis of this? Why it wasn't in the original PowerPoint?
No, I don't.
Well, you said that variances are generally accepted in the community, right?
Yes.
But then you wrote a report suggesting numbers and additions, and you submitted that report as part of the basis of your testimony, right?
I only submitted a PowerPoint. I had no report.
PowerPoint. And after you submitted the PowerPoint, isn't it fair to say Mr. Burgess then analyzed this data to be more specific after you introduced your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So can you guess why he went through a more detailed analysis?
No.
Sustained. Strike it.
In the final exhibit? Let's go back to the data. You said that Mr. Burgess had an 8-second range, 21 to 29 seconds, remember?
Yes.
And you were suggesting that somehow there was some uncertainty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you guessing about his state of mind, whether he was certain or not? Do you know why he gave an 8-second range? Objection.
So ask it differently, Mr.
Okay. You suggested the reason why there's an 8-second range is that Mr. Burgess was uncertain. Remember saying that to this jury?
Not in those exact words, but that's what uncertainty is. Uncertainty is a range. If we don't know a specific value, we put a range around it. That's uncertainty. That's a.
This data from the green, would you agree it indicates the beginning of the three-point turn, and then the orange is at the end when the car is already in motion at 11.2 miles per hour? Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Do you agree with that?
I see speed values there. I see some headings. I can't convert GPS in my head, so I don't know.
You could have analyzed this data yourself, right? Before you came in and gave an opinion.
I could have.
But you didn't.
I did not.
Do you have any reason to test accuracy of this data that's been broken? Never, Judge.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
And so by giving the range of 8 seconds, you talk about looking at different values to be fair, wide range, right? Even though this analysis depends on the end of the three-point turn, would you
Oh yeah, the answer to this question: do you think the defense calls Lucky? Yes, Lucky was in court today. He was ready to testify. From what we hear, Aiden Carney, Turtle Boy, was in court. He reported that he saw Lucky in court today. All expectations is he's going to be one of the witnesses on Monday. Lucky, the plow driver, who should be on the stand for the defense on Monday. So we'll see what happens with that. Thank you, Buddy's mother. It's one of the things Howie Carr said he was looking forward to. He's looking forward to seeing Lucky Loughran.
be kind of forgiving to give that 8-second range to give the benefit of the doubt by starting at the beginning of the three-point turn all the way to the end of it rather than just doing the end point?
As to that form, ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
Does the 8-second range that is provided by Mr. Burgess coincide with the data and the 8-second range between the green and the orange?
That's where he comes up with the 8-second range, correct?
And so if Aperture's position is the matching times at the end of the event, by going back to the beginning, isn't that even more forgiving than the 8 scientific suggestion?
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I would call it a conservative approach to use a range of values.
The opposite of cherry picking, right?
Sure.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of forensic data certainty about whether text stream data provides data reflecting whether a collision actually occurred?
No.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty, is the text stream data would not reflect a collision, correct?
That's not what I said. I don't have an opinion.
And you know that there can be collisions or touching between vehicles.
This is an honest expert. He's saying it didn't happen, and I have no opinion on whether it would have happened, which is truthful. Where the other guy was like, "Oh yeah, well the body wouldn't have done that. The body like." See, one assumes for an agenda for $400,000 he got paid, and this guy is a professional, tells the truth. Big difference between the witnesses, between the expert witnesses for the prosecution getting 400 G's and this defense witness.
And it's not going to appear on the text stream data. You know
And I think the jury sees it. I don't see how you can't see that.
right?
It's possible.
It's possible. Did you know that the defendant's vehicle at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022 bumped into a different car?
Yes.
Do you see that reflected on the text stream data?
I'm thinking back to when I reviewed the raw text stream data, and I don't remember seeing an event from that.
I can't really
I
hear
don't
you.
remember seeing an event from that time in the text stream data.
Well, you don't remember seeing it. It's not there, is it?
I don't think it is. I don't remember seeing it. I don't think there's one.
You're not.
I was going to finish and say I don't have all of the events committed to memory. There's
Yep.
19 of them.
I'm sorry.
There's 19 events. I don't have them all committed to memory.
You're not testifying or offering an opinion that there was no collision with this car that night, are you?
No.
Because if you
He's
were
saying it
implying
didn't
that
get
or
reported.
suggesting that or insinuating that, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
No, he's saying that it didn't get recorded, bro. That's the difference. He's being honest, unlike your guy. You know, that's the difference. Honesty. He's just stating the facts. Wasn't recorded. Didn't show up in the recording. No record of it. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Just means that we didn't record it. Big difference. One's honest, one's not.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
If you don't have a record of it, sounds like reasonable doubt to me, right?
Yes.
You were asked a number of questions a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan concerning your expertise. I'm just going to grab a pen.
Yeah, it's funny. One guy, one witness said he didn't have a dog in the fight. He obviously did. 400,000. This guy doesn't have to say he doesn't have a dog in the fight. It's obvious by his words and actions. He doesn't have to say that. One is a poser and one is real. It's so obvious.
Specifically, you were asked about your expertise regarding mobile data devices. Mobile devices and their data, correct?
Yes.
And were you being truthful when you indicated that you were not an expert in
Yes.
that field? Were you being truthful when you indicated that you have a certain expertise in EDR data?
Yes.
Were you being truthful when you indicated that you did review Mr. Burgess's data and Mr. Welcher's data as reflected in their reports and PowerPoints?
Yes.
Were you being truthful about your credentials?
Yes.
Have you ever lied about your credentials?
No.
You hold a bachelor's degree
Yes.
and you hold a master's degree.
I do.
You ever lied to anybody about that?
No.
That was the best. That was so good right there. You've never lied, right? Like this goof. You don't think the jury picked that one up? I think they did. I think they did. That was good. You you've never lied about your resume. You've never lied about your academic credentials. You never lied about your Bachelor of Science. This is AJ. This is classic AJ right here. Driving it home. Get him, AJ.
Mr. Sogra, what is the only reason you amended your PowerPoint presentation from its original version to the one that you most recently amended it to?
To include the additional analysis and data points from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report, the
So-
May 8th report.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go
The
ahead.
May 8th report.
So you amended yours because he amended his.
Correct.
You were asked just a second ago about all the text stream events that you noted on Ms. Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a specific text stream event at or around 5:07 in the morning, whether you had something like that committed to memory, correct?
Yes.
You said, I don't have them all committed to memory, right?
I don't.
What did you say after that? Because there's how many?
It was 19 events prior to 1162-2, 19 other events.
How about after 1162?
There were a number after 1162-2. I don't have the exact count in my head.
How about after 1162, just on January 29th, going into January 3rd?
There were other events.
How many?
I don't recall the exact number.
Does 11 sound right?
It sounds plausible. I recall seeing in the chart. I recall seeing a number of events after.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a chart?
It would. Thank you. Yeah, there are a lot. I would have to really use my finger to count them all.
Okay, more than 8,
Total after 1162-2,
only on the 29th.
there aren't date stamps on these because this chart is the raw text stream data, which doesn't have timestamps.
Safe to say, there are many, right?
Yes.
May I approach? Yes. And again, this goes back to a question that you were asked on Mr. Brennan. I want to follow up on. In no instance were any of those related to a collision, to your knowledge, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were any of those that you reviewed at any time, the lifetime of the vehicle, related to a collision?
None of them were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. I want to ask you a hypothetical, if I could, based on questioning by Mr. Brennan surrounding the 12/32/09 lock event. Do you remember him asking about those questions about that event?
Yes.
Your analysis was based on the time span. Let me rephrase that. Was your analysis based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses together of a span of time between the 1162-2 text stream event or trigger event and the lock event at 12/32/09?
Objection.
So the question is that what he's considering?
Correct. In other words, was he basing his opinion or analysis on that time frame, at least in part?
So I'll let that question stand.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If you were told that there was another interaction phone event on John O'Keefe's phone at 12/32/16 in the form of steps taken, 36 steps over the course of 83 feet, would that change your analysis or opinion in any way? Objection.
I'll allow that in that form.
Yes.
In what way?
If the phone event moves from 12:32:09 to 12:32:16, then of the 30 possibilities I had in the chart, all of them would become positive. That would mean that that interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event every single time. Instead of, it was 25 for 30 in the original analysis, the hypothetical would change it to 30 for 30.
All of them, all 30 of them would occur at a point in time with, let me rephrase that, all of them would reflect a scenario in which the phone interaction took place after the trigger event.
That's correct.
Thank you. If you were told, to give you another hypothetical, if you were told that there was a Doppler state event on the phone, pocket state event on the phone at 12:33:14, would that impact your opinion in any way?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked several questions about what you believed Mr. Burgess may have gotten wrong in terms of his original report and one of his original analyses dealing with bits and bytes. Do you recall that?
Yeah, you notice the difference too. He didn't need the laptops and the computers and the calculator and the smartwatch. This guy doesn't need anything. He just answers the questions. Amazing.
Yes.
So refreshing.
Did Mr. Burgess?
Hold on.
Of course.
You need to, you know, we have to turn the fans off.
And I'm not speaking loud enough.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'll raise my voice. I just don't want to scream over people, but I will raise my voice.
Let's try this for a few minutes.
May I start again?
That question, yes.
Thank you. You were asked about whether or not you believed that Mr. Burgess was incorrect in terms of certain analyses he undertook or reflected in his original report back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the bits and bytes, did you find that Mr. Burgess was incorrect or correct about his analysis concerning the size of the data set collected based on bits versus bytes?
He was incorrect.
Explain that to the jurors very briefly.
These are just different units. A bit is a different size than a byte. And so if a size for something is listed in bits, for example, and you look at the data and assume it's in bytes, you will assume it's the wrong size.
Which Mr. Burgess did based on your review of his report, correct?
Correct.
I want to change gears and ask a different question, or series of questions about the text stream data versus the infotainment system data, specifically the timestamps associated therewith. Is there a timestamp associated with text stream data?
In this case, no.
Okay. Is there a timestamp associated with infotainment system data?
Yes.
All right. The infotainment system data, well, let me see if I can ask it a different way. Where did the 3-second delay come from? Your analysis of Mr. Burgess's review of the text stream data, or his review of the infotainment system data?
The 3 seconds came, well, fundamentally it came from the exemplar testing, where he identified, and he was actually, well, Aperture collectively in that testing identified a difference between when the button was pushed and the time that showed up in the infotainment. But they didn't actually look at, as far as I know, or at least it wasn't provided if they did, how that specifically related to the key on timer itself. But they showed that the button is pushed, there's a 3-second delay, and then the time gets logged.
When that button is pushed for the infotainment system, I'm going to rephrase again, so I'm as clear as I can. When that button is pushed for the on event, the key on event, is that like a stopwatch? A stopwatch starts running? Timer?
In the VCH system, yes.
Okay. Separate and apart from the VCH system, is there an infotainment system that also has a timer or a clock on it?
As a clock.
Are those two things independent of one another?
Completely independent.
What were you doing with regard to the 3-second delay as it relates to the key on event and the infotainment system event to marry those two things together?
Right. I'm making the adjustment, or proposing that adjustment can be made, because the key on timer is going to start generally as soon as the vehicle powers on. But the infotainment, when you go and download the data, it will say, hey, I think I powered on at this time, and it turns out that time is actually 3 seconds off. So if you're going to then apply the infotainment time anywhere else to VCH data, you've got to realign the two. And that's where the 3 seconds comes from, is these are independent data sources.
Did Mr. Burgess, to your review of his, insofar as your review of his analysis, his report is concerned, did he align the two vis-a-vis the 3 second delay?
No, he did not.
Thank you. With the court's permission, may we have slide 10 of the PowerPoint?
Okay.
And that is, we've talked a lot about PowerPoints of Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint. Can you highlight the table on the left, Mr. Wolk? Thank you. Did you create this table?
No.
Was this table, I don't know if you call it cut and paste or if there's some better engineering term for it, was it basically pulled from Mr. Burgess's report?
It was. It was a screenshot.
Thank you, screenshot. Did you type a single word on this?
I did not. I added a green box.
Put a green box around it?
Yes.
You didn't type anything on this.
I did not.
You were asked a ton of questions just a few minutes ago about whether or not the column on the left and the center column were reflective of an infotainment timestamp versus an iPhone to iPhone timestamp, correct?
That's right.
Mr. Brennan asked you a bunch of questions about that left column being an iPhone timestamp, at least the top 5 rows of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows of it. Remember that?
Yes.
Read the name that Mr. Burgess labeled that column.
Infotainment call timestamps.
So what, as an expert, what did you presume he, as an expert, was presuming?
Objection.
Assisting.
What did you presume that meant to you, just to you?
Call timestamps from the infotainment.
So if anything is wrong with your analysis, would it be based on Mr. Burgess being wrong in his analysis?
Objection.
Assisting.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure. Do you need the light on?
I don't. And we can pull that down. What was your entire analysis predicated on? What was it based on? The foundation of it, as you explained your analysis to Ms. Deere during the course of the day.
The testing by Aperture and the collective reports and PowerPoint presentations by Aperture. That would be an initial report by Mr. Burgess, an initial PowerPoint by Dr. Welcher, and a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
Did you change any of their data?
No.
Did you change any of their analyses?
No.
Did you explain their analyses?
Yes.
Okay.
Sustained ask it.
Sure. What were you trying to do in terms of your presentation and your PowerPoint and your presentation to the students?
I just want to take a quick break. I want to thank Brandy I. Brandy I sent $25 on the Venmo app tonight. She said, "Thank you, Mike. Free Karen Reed." Thank you so much, Brandy I. I also want to thank Melissa N., who sent $20 yesterday. She said, "I appreciate your continued coverage of Karen's trial, Mike, and will continue to support you and the channel. I don't want YouTube and Apple to get my percentage while making a donation on my iPhone, so this Venmo is the way to go." Thank you so much, Melissa N. She sent $20 yesterday. She didn't want YouTube to get that money. It's all, I mean, either way, whatever people are happy with. I like the Venmos. I also like the YouTube. It's nice. They keep track of it, which makes it easy. Barbara M. Sent $20 the other night as well. Thank you so much, Barbara M. And I think I missed this one too. $25 came in on May 27th from Joan H. She said, "To help with the cost related to your case. Thank you for all you do." Thank you so much. You may have seen, I'm being sued too. Civil court. I don't want to say too much about it, but I think it's going to be fine for me. But what I really have appreciated is all the people who stepped up, who have supporting me and covering the cost for the best attorney I hired. Well, I got a phenomenal attorney for this. So I want to thank everyone. It's pinned at the top of the chat if you do want to support. You can also obviously Venmo me, whatever you want to do. if you want to support that way financially. I really appreciate everyone who does. I know not everyone can. What I really like is that you're here, and I really like your comments. So more than anything else, I just like you're here. Thank you for being here.
There were a number of different methodologies presented across all of those reports and PowerPoints, and sort of all in different places. So my goal was to bring all of them into one place so we could look at the totality of the data.
You were asked whether the genesis of your analysis relies on knowing the source of the calls, correct? Remember being asked that by Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
The actual genesis of your entire opinion is based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses, correct?
That's correct.
You were also asked why you believed Mr. Burgess did a quote-unquote more detailed report in May versus January of 2025. Do you remember being asked that just a few minutes ago?
Yes.
When you presented your analysis, your math, based on Mr. Burgess's January 2025 report, how many of the scenarios indicated, based on his data and his analysis, that the lock event occurred after the section?
All of them.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Done. I just want to say thank you to Beverly H. Also, she sent $20 today on the Cash App. Beverly H. She said, "Thanks, Mike." Thank you so much, Beverly H. I also want to thank my friend Gary Titus. He said, "Great fanboy moment. Good for you, Gary T. Gary Titus. He's a great guy. He's a local Canton guy. He's a DJ. Everyone likes Gary in Canton. I love Gary Titus. He knows all the musicians too. He's friends with the guys from the Dropkicks. Russell also sent $10 yesterday, or no, that was on Tuesday, on the Cash App. Said, "Thank you for all you do." Russell S. I don't think I thanked him. Thank you so much, Russell S. Sending $10 on Tuesday. All right, I think I'm good with the Super Chats and the Venmos. Woo! Yeah, the Dropkick Murphys. Yeah. Dropkick Murphy. It's so funny. I've come so close to meeting Ken so many times. My girlfriend did an event with him, and at his bar, and I showed up late. I had tickets to the Red Sox that night. Me and my buddy were going to the Red Sox, so we were like, "We'll go to the event. We'll meet Ken. We'll say hi to my girlfriend, Carmeline, and then we'll go to the Red Sox game." And by the time we got there, he wasn't there. So I've missed meeting the Dropkick Murphy so many times. It's not even funny. Someday I'll meet him. I know all his friends though. I feel like we know each other. It's weird how you're in similar circles. It's just funny. Dusty Blue says, "Mike is awesome. I still love my Young Jerks tote bag. I'm glad you got that. Very nice." Aw. I guess we could play a little more video tonight. I know. I hope it'd be nice to recover everything from that frivolous lawsuit. No comment from the Peanut. I wonder how they're doing today. How are the grants and the KPs? I haven't checked it all day. I'm wondering how they're holding up. I love what yesterday, I think it was, KP attacked me for running a rumor. I posted something I heard from actually a reliable source, but I mean, when I posted it, I said, "This is not confirmed. It's basically a rumor, no second confirmation on it." But KP went up and attacked me. It was like, "Mike Crawford running with bullshit as usual." It's so funny for her to say that. Like, she's floated so much bullshit. Like, for her to go after someone's credibility is funny. It's like, let's compare credibility over the last 2 years, KP. Mine versus you. KP, remember when you said that I edited audio from Aiden? Remember when you said that I illegally uploaded and witnessed it? Whatever happened to that? How come your buddy Tully investigated me and come back and said, "Mike Crawford never did any of the shit that you and Grant said"? He said that, didn't he? He said, your boy Tully came back and said to you and Grant Smelius, "Mike didn't do it." Didn't he? Didn't he? You were wrong about that, weren't you? You accused me of felonies, KP. So if anyone should shut the F up, it should be you. You're lucky you're not catching the lawsuit. You're lucky that I'm not a vindictive mother effer and bringing you back into court to sue your ass off. A lawsuit I knew I'd never win. You know why, KP? Because you have no credibility. You can lie about me all day and no one will believe you, which means I have no harm to my reputation. So I couldn't actually win a libel suit against you, even though you lie about me, not just because I'm a public figure, because you have no credibility, because no one believes anything you say. So talk about projection, exactly, classic projection. Just laughed my ass off. She's coming after me for my credibility. She accused me of doing felonies that I didn't do.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
What a clown. She's lucky. She's lucky I'm not a vindictive little bastard.
So, Mr. DeSorga, this demonstrates the danger or the difficulty.
Hold on. Start the question
cross-examination.
differently.
That's the other thing. I don't want to look at her. Like, some of these people like Grant and Krusty, part of me is like, man, so on certain days I'm like, I should sue the shit out of them. But I don't even want to see them. I don't even want to look at Krusty in court. Like, you know what I mean? Gross. She is nasty. Nasty. Ugh. Comes after me about my credibility. Such a fraud.
Go ahead, Mr.
This
And you'd think Krusty would smarten up too after what happened with her and Gene. Krusty, I'm gonna get the last laugh. You know that, right? Remember how you used to always say, "Oh, Kate is right. Trust Kate. Kate always wins." No, Kate, you're not winning. You're not winning. You didn't win against me, Kate. You're the one with the felony charges against you. You're the one who spilled your guts to my friend who was telling me everything. Guess who's winning, Kate? It's me. I'm winning. Krusty versus Mike feud. There's not even a competition. Gene sunk your battleship, and you know it. So you should just shut up. Anytime you talk about me, Krusty, it just makes me even more want to sink your little battleship. So keep talking shit about me, honey.
demonstrates the difficulty in giving opinions when you don't actually study the data itself. Isn't that fair to say?
What are you referring to with this?
Well, you're giving opinions, but you can't verify any of the data because you're not relying on your study of the data, are you?
I'm relying on expert reports.
You're criticizing somebody's report, but you yourself can't defend data that you haven't actually analyzed and broken down yourself.
I don't think that's true.
When you're looking at, when you're looking at someone's report, you're guessing as to what they thought or presumed if you haven't spoken to them. Fair?
I would say I'm reading the words that are in front of me, and
Gene was somebody who was watching my show every night and calling in, becoming like a popular caller. And then she realized that she lived next to Kate Peter and that Kate Peter was telling her everything. So then Gene started calling me and said, "You wouldn't believe who my next door neighbor is. It's Kate Peter, the confidential informant snitch who tried to get you thrown in jail on the bogus BS and threatened you and has been harassing Turtle Boy and Aiden." I said, "Oh." So we got everything on Kate. We got all kinds of info on Kate. The last thing Kate should have ever done is screw with me. Karma came back and bit her right on the tuchus for messing with me.
interpreting them for what they say.
When someone plugs their iPhone into a car after it turns on, and the car reads data that's on the iPhone, that data then resides on the infotainment system, correct?
There's a transfer of data. Yes.
And so unless you actually do the study yourself, you had no way of knowing if that information, although on the iPhone, on the infotainment system, you had no idea whether it was from an iPhone or from the infotainment. Fair?
That's right. I don't think that's
And so when you
no.
don't actually do the work yourself, and you just presume or you guess, you could get it wrong, couldn't you?
If I had guessed, yes, but I didn't guess. I used the data in the reports and I referenced the testing that Aperture did. So I did not make a guess.
1 through 5, and you telling me right now, to a reasonable degree, data certainty, that information is based on the infotainment clock. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
You don't know. But if you actually did the analysis yourself rather than just Monday morning quarterbacking somebody's report,
So I'm going to strike it, ask it differently,
if
Mr.
you
Brennan.
actually did the analysis yourself, you wouldn't have to make a presumption that it would be wrong, correct?
I don't think the analysis was possible in this case because the testing wasn't done in this case.
don't know if the testing was done or not. You didn't do the testing.
Well, I need to hear the question.
You don't know if the testing was done or not, do you?
I know it's in the reports. The testing wasn't in the reports.
Did you read Dr. Kaiser's report?
No.
Did you read Ian Wilson's report?
No.
You don't know if that testing was done, do you?
I don't.
I'm going to let that stand. Next.
I do not, sir.
And so if you're wrong, your assumptions and product of that wrong.
Play a little more of the voir dire. I think Aiden's going to go live too, I believe, with Turtle Club tonight. So I'm going to let people go. Before I do that, since the Gene stuff came up, let's end the show. This goes back over a year ago, July 1st, 2024. So it's basically 11 months ago. I believe this might be the last call, maybe, or if not one of the last calls that Gene ever made to my show. And you could tell at this point, this is actually the day the jury came back hung. It was a hung jury, and Mark Betterow was on my show. And then after Betterow jumped off, Gene called in. And you're going to hear Gene from Dorchester. She was a regular caller. And you could tell in this call that I believe around this time, maybe a little bit after that, but around this time, she figures out that she's living next to Kate Peters, Krusty, the #1 confidential informant for Brian Tully. That's probably trying to been, going after everybody associated with Free Karen Reed. I want to play that call. We'll play that call for people who aren't familiar with who Gene is. And I love Gene. I'm so glad Gene stepped up. And Gene's faced a lot of threats over this. And Gene just doesn't give a shit. She's ready for this. Let's bring up. Here we go. This is from a year ago. This is the old curtain. If you missed the old curtain, here it is.
It'll be ringing all night. So let's just get it over with.
Well, I'm glad I got through. I just wanted to say, I wish Mark was still on because I wanted to tell Mark that I think he's hilarious and I love his sense of humor. But
I think he's listening.
gone.
So I think he's listening though.
Oh, Mark, you're hilarious. I think your sense of humor is awesome. But anyways, this is freaking crazy. This is exactly what I said was going to happen, and nobody wants to listen to me. They think I'm stupid. But them retrying this case, I don't think it's going to end up happening. But this is exactly what they wanted. And I don't care what anybody says. Lally saying, oh, we want them to go back in, and the judge putting them back in, that was all planned. I'm telling you right now, the way that these people sit there, Krusty Panty said 2 weeks ago that it was going to be a mistrial, and she knew it. These people are getting their information from Lally, and I would 100% put my life on it because I know things. And maybe I'll call you and we can talk off the record, but I'm telling you right now, this was all planned. I knew this was going to happen.
Let's put it this way. It took us a few months, but eventually we did talk off the record. And then it took me a few more, I think, months to get her to actually talk to Aiden Carney's defense team.
I said it from the very beginning, and these people are all lying scumbags, and they've been like this since the beginning of time. And I don't think you're going to get a lot of juries to talk. You might, like maybe one really strong supporter in Karen might, but the other people aren't going to say anything. I'm telling you right now, they were there for a reason that day. And it's just a coincidence they show up on that Friday.
You know what's so funny, too, is when I was dropping all this info about Kate Peters, asking her about the phones, again, she was turning around and saying, Mike Crawford's so full of it. He's a liar. He doesn't know what he's talking about. She's not saying that now. It's funny, huh? It's funny how many times I've posted little things, little hints of things, and people always doubt it on both sides, especially the anti-Karen Reed people. I'm usually even on my hunches, even the ones I say, like, I'm not sure about this. I don't know if I can trust it. And then it turns out to be true. So many times. This is one of the examples. Like, I knew Gene was the real deal. I knew Gene was giving me information that nobody else was getting. There's KP to go, no, Mike's lying. Mike's full of it. How you feeling now, Kate? I don't see you talking about Gene too much now, do you? I haven't seen you say anything about Gene lately, huh, Kate?
Friday when the juror came back. The thing is, when it's once, maybe it's a coincidence, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, no, it's not anymore. It's done. They're going after Karen, and they're not going to stop it. We need the feds to step in. We need Maura Haley to freaking come in and say something. These people are all connected. It goes way back. It's all political, and they don't want to bring these people down. I'm telling you, because once you get to one of them, then you're screwed. Then the whole operation is going to go south, and that's how I feel from the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm telling you,
I agree on that. I think we need to hammer Maura Haley.
Yeah, you need a hammer.
Yeah, we need it just all over her and say, "What the hell are you
But
doing?"
they're not gonna. Not gonna. People need to stop picketing. People up in Boston. This kind of shit that happens here in these small towns doesn't happen in Boston. It would not happen. There'd be no buffer zone and people poking people, and it wouldn't happen. There'd be an all-out war. People would be laying in the streets. All right? You're not going to stop people in Boston. When I ever seen that little puke punk kid with the glasses poke Turtle Boy's girlfriend, I'm like, dude, why doesn't this happen to me?
Gene from
I'm telling you right now, this would not happen, Mike, in Boston. They need to bring it to Boston. I'm telling you, when you get one, you get them all. And I'm
Maybe
telling
that's
you
where
right
they need
now,
to move the trial to Boston.
they do. They do. I'm telling you, there'd be a whole different atmosphere.
Yep.
All right. People aren't going to be coming up doing anything to anybody. And those McAlberts wouldn't be walking in there with their head held high. I guarantee you that. 100%. And that's where you're going to get justice. Bring it into Boston. The more you're in the city, the more people are going to pay attention. People don't care about these outskirts, little small towns. They don't care. They don't care. People in Boston are like, we've been saying this has been going on for years, and no one listens. But now all of a sudden, a rich white girl is getting, and now everybody freaking cares. Right? That's exactly how they feel. Bring it to Boston. It won't happen. There won't be no crusty panties up and down the street. Trust me when I tell you this. There will not be. Guaranteed. But I'll let you go.
What do you think about
you had a
Court
long
TV
day.
putting KP on tonight?
Oh, listen,
canceled.
all right? Scum. I already tweeted. I said the worst show ever. You have a person going on who has no custody of her kid.
Who basically who threatened me with jail. De facto snitch. Not a de facto state police. That is the woman that threatened me for journalism. How does Court TV put someone on? And none of them asked the question. I'm so sick of the press people taking pictures of that lady and not asking her the question. Why are you working for Brian Tully? We know why. Because they offered us squash charges for her.
Yep, they sure did. And Lally is involved in this up to his neck. Trust and believe. He's meeting these people on the down low, and he's giving them all these information. They don't want the dominoes to fall. These people are just the scummiest people in Massachusetts that they could find to do their dirty work for them. That's all they are. They're feeding them information and they're putting it out there, and you got a couple of dumb fucks that believe these idiots. They got to be smoking crack or something, because anybody who believes these people are out of their fucking mind. I just don't even get it. But anyways, that's another story.
I should have warned y'all. Gene doesn't always have the cleanest language. Oh, I do love her. She is a straight shooter. Oh, I gotta talk to. I owe her a phone call back. Actually, I gotta call Gene back. I'm behind. She does watch the show. She usually after we do anything with Gene, usually after like 5 minutes after the show's over, she calls me. So hopefully she'll give me a call tonight. We'll see. I definitely need to catch up with Gene. I love her too. I want to thank everybody who's been watching tonight, supporting. I know there's a lot of competition, a lot of other shows on today at the same time as us. And that's why it's extra special to see who's here and see who really has you back, who really likes to watch the show. So I love you all. I love you for watching today. Picking the Young Jerks, picking us, picking me to watch. I know you could be doing 8 million other things, whether it's watching all those other YouTube shows or spending time with your family, watching Netflix, who knows, going out to dinner. Thank you for being here. All right, I'm going to head out. I'm not sure when I'm going to be back. I know Sunday night I'm doing a show with DJ, Calling All Beings. I'm going to be a guest on his show. He's doing a show about Karen Reed, but he's also going to be promoting the fundraiser for my legal defense. So I'm going to be part of his show on Sunday night, Calling All Beings. Again, if you want to support our legal defense fund, you can do so on Give, Send, Go. We have it pinned in the chat right now. If you want to donate, last time I checked, we were at 8,118. Oh, we moved up, 8,153. I want to thank the anonymous giver who just sent $25 in the last hour. Also, another anonymous giver who gave $10 in the last 2 hours. Lindsay Martin, who gave $10 earlier today. Another anonymous giver. Mazza Media threw $100 down last night. Thank you so much to everyone. There's been over 216 of you who have donated. It's blown me away. It's definitely lifted my morale. I'm not going to lie. It's not fun to get sued. It sucks, especially when you know it's a bunch of, yeah. So thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna have a great rest of my night. I hope you do too. And again, I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for all the comments and suggestions and chat. Yeah, it's been nice chatting with you. And next week, I'm hoping to get down to the trial. I think next week on Tuesday is the day, either Tuesday or Thursday. Those are, I want to say Fridays, but now I'm doing the radio show. It's much harder to do, so I'm thinking maybe Tuesday afternoon. I think I'm going to try to get down to the buffer zone on Tuesday afternoon. I wanted to do it today, but it just wasn't enough time. Thank you. Yeah, I got to be careful. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to make it more work for my attorney. All right, I'll see you soon. Definitely Sunday night. Check out Calling All Beings, and we'll see you soon. Definitely going to be coming back with a bunch of shows, so make sure you subscribe, follow us, like us, and check it out every night, because sometimes I do things last minute like I did tonight. I didn't really think about it. I just decided to do it last minute. So make sure you follow us. We're almost at 50,000. We're at 49,000 subs and a change. It's a little, a few more than 49,000. Less than 1,000 to go to 50,000. It's amazing. So I think we're going to finally hit 50,000 maybe this week and this next week. So help us get there. I'm looking forward to 50,000. All right, I'll see you guys. See you, ladies and gentlemen, real soon again. Thank you for spending a couple hours with me. Have a good night, everyone. See you soon. If I don't see you before Sunday, have a great weekend. We'll definitely see you Sunday night.